Okay. I've seen you. Would that be a political question?
Let them answer.
Okay.
No, they can just say it's resources.
Let them answer. Hi, Pauline.
Okay.
Leaving to join, leaving to check YouTube. Grace, let's go.
Okay. Guys, so the video, it's the highest one, right?
Yes, the highest one is the one Asha was asking.
Okay, so we left out the refugee one. Okay.
Yeah. So we hear there is an echo.
There is, I hear. Let those guys have a look. Let those guys have a look now. We don't want.
Okay, there is. There is an echo where?
Huh. Listen to, see what Grace is saying? There is a loop too, she says.
Okay.
Ama nimwambie Terry ajoin. Terry. Because yesterday unaona tulikaa the whole day.
Okay, let me pray. Haron sasa? Umechukua hiyo kitu kutoka huko? Sawa, uko wapi?
Natoka sasa.
Niko na event inaanza in the next 30-45 minutes. Nataka hiyo kitu immediately. Nikuje mbio man. Thanks. Hapo. Guys, the good thing is that, if anything, with a slight delay from YouTube, Manesh and IT, when I say that now we are going to watch this video from Kakuma, please have it ready so that when I finish, because I will be slightly delayed to get to YouTube. So just be on standby with that video. You should have, I think, both YouTube and Teams on. So, I mean, so that you know when, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we should play all the 3 videos now just to make sure none is hanging, none is, I mean,
I
we
know.
have sound on any of them. Yeah, and maybe we should.
Hello, Karen. Bernard?
Yeah, I can hear you, Terry.
Okay, Peter is on the way to the office now. He should be there in about the next 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay.
So hopefully he'll join then.
Okay, then. I will let these other guys know.
Yeah, okay. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Okay, cool.
Bye.
Hey,
Is the loop back there?
so I was asking, we are seeing people already logged in. Some people already logged in into the YouTube.
He should be there in about the next 5.
So we were requesting if we can use the dry run link itself without going to the YouTube page.
Oh, because guys are already linking, yeah?
Yes, yeah, there are some people already logged in. Hey,
Is the loop back there?
so I was asking.
Grace, I think the reason why we are testing that YouTube for the event to see whether it's working, which we did also last time during the mental health. So if people are joining, we can just inform them that we are just testing. But nevertheless,
Okay.
we should ensure that the YouTube link is working for today's event.
Okay.
Otherwise, if we go to the dry run one, we are not sure whether this other one will be working.
I mean, if people are joining and we are still on dry run, how do we?
Lodge?
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yes.
No problem. I think we should just test everything. That one person should not make us panic. Let's just test and ensure everything is okay.
Wow. So we need the banner and maybe something saying starting at 10 so that when people join they see it starting at 10 and it's not live yet. If we can do just simple words on the screen.
Yeah, download.
For a countdown. Whichever is easier.
Guys, did we? Okay. Let me just check what Asha sent me first before I ask her.
Peter, is it possible you join the YouTube link so that you can also watch from that end?
I am.
You're in YouTube. Okay.
Asha? Karen?
Yes, Bernard.
Is Stephen Jackson making opening statements?
Sorry?
Is RC making opening statements?
No.
Oh, he's just joined.
It will be at the keynote speech.
Oh, I can see keynote. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
There will be two keynote speakers. That is Stephen, the RC, and the NGEC CEO.
So I think Betty should come first.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, I think the RC
protocol-wise, I think Stephen Jackson should speak last.
Okay.
He's the most senior. Yeah. Okay. I'll make the change.
Okay.
I consulted with Cynthia, this, and they said the order is Stephen Jackson and then government.
Okay. Okay, then no worries.
All right, I want to test the videos, The three of them. So if you're on YouTube, Asha, yeah, it is on full screen,
oo kuwii caafada joogaan ha noqdaan kuwii oo tuubada tagan ha noqdaan kuwii iskuulaadka joogaan ha noqdaan jabdalka oo waxaan soo aragnay waa wax badan ciidalaan soo aragnay oo la rafaadiyo gabdho badan aan aragnay geeskaas ilaa geeskaas fadhitaan nin bug meeshuu ka taagan yahay duhuushii soo rogay never work in isolation we work hand in hand with UNHCR and other partners in the communities. What really motivated DRC to come up with this kind of initiative is there were a lot of issues here and there. Specifically, many young girls were dropping out of school. Many girls were also being forced, into early marriage by their own parents. That was really affecting their participation in terms of, education.
Hello, my name is Matthew. I work for DRC in the capacity of protection officer, SGBV prevention. In commemoration of 16 days of activism, this year's theme is end violence against women and girls. Now, DRC has been implementing an approach on preventing violence against women and girls known as IMAP. IMAP is an intervention developed by IRC for preventing violence against women and girls. We get to engage men in constructively in trying to examine the gendered impact of violence and also getting to understand how they have been socialized as a reason for preventing violence against women and girls.
IMAP, there is some things I realize, the changes I've realized in my home and in the communities, or in the communities. So like I myself, I was a guy that I don't like to play with children and others, but during IMAF time, I'm now starting myself, I'm seeing myself a better person, seeing people who are around me that are happy, I'm now starting their happiness. So I should say that IMAP with a lot of good things I have ever made in my life.
So DRC, with the support of UNHCR, whose ECHO and ANIDA has been implementing this program, IMAP, for the last 2 years. Part of what we have been able to realize is that we have a very big cohort for 2021 where 213 men are graduating as women and girls allies.
So I came here in Kakuma in 2012. I settled myself, life was good. So during the year of 2013, my mom passed away. I left schools, then sit back in the community doing nonsense. So 2013, I got married to another girl in our community. The calm, I can say that is my second home. Life is not bad. I'm a footballer, playing football. the year I joined IMAP. Before the training, I was a bad man, because I don't relate with my wife. There is something that I was being misused, I was misled by the society. In our cultures, say that a woman can do everything, but a man, the only forbid thing to the homes. After I did the IMAP training, I see the equal gender. The men and women are equals. So I should say, this training, they should maybe keep it up, because to change the society. We should change the society, for the society, the people who setting the mindset of people. Like this thing like kupiga wanaume au wanawake ovyo is not good. We men and we boys, we should join that training. And it's one of the important things I like in this world, to change the mentality of others people. Like our mentality who have been set to the society is good. The society is good.
I'm not talking
but
yet,
IMAP is one of the important things ever. I should say my message to everyone who will not did a training of IMAP. They should join IMAP, and others who have did the training of IMAP, they will go and practice these people to be a better people in their life. UNHCR and DRC, they should do that things together. Fund these things, so you can keep training people to be a better people in future. And I can say that keep that training up, the world will be changed. Our Kakuma will be a better place to people who are living in Kakuma.
My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend, and then he helped me so much, but I was forced to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with the daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to us by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a SGBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where she was very down. She was still traumatized from the SGBV events that she had gone through. So part of the interventions that we've had with Roslyn include individual counseling, and this was especially very important because it enabled her to deal and to heal from the past traumatic events that she has experienced. Additionally, Roslyn was part of a support group for women who have gone through SGBV. So through the support group, they're able to share their common experiences and learn from each other, and also just to heal even more. they're able to feel that sort of belonging because they are part of a network and part of a community that is there to support each other.
I want to thank Hayas because they've really played a great role in my life. When I came to Nairobi, I did not know where to start from, but they took care of me each and every month. They took care of every need of mine and my kids.
So Rosalind has also benefited through the NHIF program that we've had at Hayas, and she has also been part of the women who have received sanitary towels and dignity kits. For now, Rosalind is a very changed woman, and I can say that she has overcome the past traumatic events, and she is now very bold and courageous to speak against GBV at all levels in the community, and she is also advocating to end GBV within her community.
Hayas is really welcoming. They have helped me so much, me personally with my children. I've benefited so much financially. I've had counseling sessions twice with Hayas, and I've also got referrals from Hayas to Huruma, and then from Huruma to Mbagathi from NCCK. After all those services, I feel I'm protected. At least I feel that I am loved by people. This has given me energy and boldness to stand. We make contacts with other people. Usually it's all about doing laundry for people. So this keeps us going each and every day and expecting a better for the future. My message to other refugees is to always be courageous. They should not fear. If they have any problem, Hayas is always ready and welcoming with open hands. And I'm just so thankful, and words cannot tell. I cannot tell, but you can see the way I am looking. I came when I was really tiny, very sad, but nowadays I can smile with my kids, and I say thank you, Hayas, for the good work.
Yes, Asha, Bernard.
Yeah.
Talk to me. The ones who are on YouTube.
Karen.
Yes.
I'm seeing crew.
Yes.
Initially, we had Wangeshi El Washira.
Yes. Now we have LC Mirimu.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna.
Yes. Use the last list that I shared after
okay.
Aisha. Yes.
Okay.
Now, what's the order of the videos? Which will be the first one played?
It is Urban, Kakuma, Dadaab.
1 second. Urban is the highest.
Yes.
And then the DRC is Kakuma, yeah?
Yeah.
And then there is the Dadaab one. Okay.
From let me just confirm that we're on the same page. Hayas, followed by Kakuma DRC, and then Dadaab DRC as well.
Okay. So Hayas, DRC, Dadaab, yeah?
Hayas, Kakuma, Dadaab.
Okay. Super. Asha, your comments? Okay.
Maneno, are you saying something?
Yes. You are on YouTube, eh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just the order of the videos.
So highest DRC Dadaab, yeah?
Highest Kakuma.
Highest Kakuma.
Just follow Rono's queue. He will tell you which video.
Asha, your comments? Okay.
Maneno, are you saying something? And then there's the loop still.
No, it's not a loop.
It's a delay. It's a delay.
Neither is it a delay.
What is it?
Someone has their nani on YouTube at the
Nitumie
same
namba
time. Teams, eh?
Wewe utakaa Dadaab leo. Ash. Wamechange ticket.
Bump off at it because of Edward.
Wamechange ticket.
I'm going to raise hell.
Stay in Dadaab, man.
Rono's got a jet.
Please come through.
I will for sure. Watch how this thing ends.
So Asha, confirm YouTube is okay now. Peter Wale and Grace.
Yes, YouTube is. Let's not. We'll just remember to add volume because we had low volume when it was starting, but it was okay.
It's okay now. How is it now, Grace?
Yes. It's okay now.
Okay, Fuchs.
So can we do then the dry run?
Chill kidogo, chill kidogo. Just a bit, just a bit. We do it in like 3 minutes.
Mfika wapi waja? Kama mfika siku wapi? Jaingia umeingia wapi? Chini wapi? Acha zako. Sasa waambie just in case wakisema tunaambie just another 3 minutes. Yeah. Just change configuration moja 29 C2. Unajua natumia model. That's why it's working. Nilipoanza zilikuwa wanasema ifanye it was the land.
Guys, what's going on?
We're fine. We're just waiting to begin.
Can we start now the dry run, like from beginning to end?
Yes.
We have both Pauline and Maureen on chat. We also need to decide what point if Pauline is starting, then Maureen, or if Maureen is starting, then Pauline. Over to you, Pauline and Maureen, for your preference.
And the interpreters, they should be on the screen also throughout, eh? The video should be on.
The video should be on throughout. So we should just practice now. Just keep your videos on, and then the panelists will have their videos on as they come in. Then you should never be off.
Yeah, for the one who's interpreting.
Yeah,
If the other one is not,
they should not be off.
Yeah, until the time they swap, then the other one comes on.
Yes, Murray.
Hey, Karen.
Who wants an update on my life situation?
Pauline, good morning. Are you able to add the background, the orange background?
We have changes in the name of the feeder participant.
Okay, send me.
Anaitwa sijui nani, Ilham Hisham. I'm sending it to you just now.
Cheers.
And her title. Rono.
Let me send me your.
Pauline, if you click on the three dots, right at the bottom, there's apply background effect. Then you'll have to go to add new.
Yeah, can I access?
Karen, hii ni mrefu.
Aujaona ya RC. RC needs a whole 1 hour. Hata nimeshika.
Nasema, is the one I'm talking about.
So what
I'll just pick some bits from it.
That's a long one.
Let me see which one I can pick here. Now it's in PDF.
And then feed have just changed again the participant.
Yeah, I was waiting for that email from Asha. Yeah, she has sent me.
No, I'm talking about the panelist.
She from FIDA?
Yes, they have
Ilham.
Ilham, yes.
Ilham. I have it from Nani.
Good. Asha was fast, huh?
I have it now. Okay.
Great. So Asha. Aisha Ngonze. I know that Kalenjins we don't have a Z and a S, so.
I think We will only mention the bios for the CEO.
The CEO one is good. We'll give more time to the CEO.
Yanasema, we will only mention that one for her.
Yes.
And for the RC. The other one tutasema too their roles in the organization.
Sawa. Copied.
So we start on the dry run?
At in exactly 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let me just make this. Actually, can we do it from 9 to about 9:30? In 5 minutes. I'm making changes to this new unit that we've been given for what's it called? This information that we've just got on feeder.
Hizi vitu unatoa Amerika ama unatoa London? Umeanjira kwako. Acha nimpigie bye.
So kesho. Okay. I'll call you. Guys, for the dry run, I just want to test the LAN and see whether it will give me good speeds on YouTube.
Yes,
so then if there's a problem, we can revert to the model.
Yeah, it melts my mind that I get help that I need, and I'm so grateful for that. I'm using that. Hey, it's so even the comment is so high tech.
Your mic, please.
Wacha tu mimi hata watu wanasema ulitoa wapi? Nawaambia ongea na nje.
Who is that talking?
Sasa tunafuatilia kwa kiupole.
Maureen, mute your mic, please.
Hivi tunasema tunataka kama hajaweza fika hivi. To distribute.
Pigia Asha, mpigia mwambie mute mic yake. Because I have 63 GB on my modem. And I think the juice I had.
Invest, lakini anaenda hiyo.
So this may be one.
Yes, so going today. Around
yes.
Yeah.
Videos, whatever, but see, that is the back.
Yes. And then you got this. Right then.
10, when we start at 10, or at a quarter to 10, or 5 to 10, you will record the meeting on Teams itself. Yeah. No. On the Teams meeting. I'll need someone to do the recording. On Teams also, yeah. Umepata Asha?
Huyo Morin ni nani? Ni wa wapi? Anashinda mic yake ikiwa. Huyo ako na noise makers wengi kwa background. Wow. Okay. It should not be. You, by the way, usikubali. After all the work you've done, usikubali hata kuhumiliate. Hiyo ni humiliation kwanza.
Aya. Nani sauti sasa? Okay, Rono, you can begin.
National Rehabilitation Conference imepigiwa na if we have people, we can add an investment stock. So let's say tuna budget. Just a small budget. I think that's then
okay, so who else has Maurice?
Nondo yakaenda sasa. Hii nyingine napeleka watu wawili na kama hiyo kusaidia about it. So tunaanza 29 mpaka 30 yes. Pia tuna training from 29.
Can someone ask Maureen to mute her mic?
Oh, 29. So you wanted in case kuna pesa, kuna budget, can need someone.
Those of us who will be on Teams can do that. It's possible to mute someone. So instead of calling them and they're not maybe near their phone, we just watch out for the people with noisy background and we mute.
Thank you, Asha. And at 10, when we start, you can record it also on Teams, eh?
Okay.
Thank you. Over to you, Rono.
David Mulba, we have to go.
Okay, guys.
Rona, should we start?
Yeah, we can start. Just
let's start. And actually, when we get to the panel discussion bit where the videos are playing, we actually play the video so that we just see the full flow before we meet the panelists at 9:30.
Okay. I need to put one quick comment somewhere here. Okay, we go. Maneno?
Yes, please go ahead. Over to you, Rono.
The message must be very loud and clear. Orange the world, end violence against women now. I'll tell you more about it in a short while. But first, a tweet. New data from UN Women shows that across 13 countries, 2 in 3 women reported that they or a woman they know experienced some form of violence during the pandemic. But violence against women is not inevitable. It can and must be prevented. This is a tweet that was shared by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres yesterday. Mr. Kodek McCoy, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Betty Sungure Nyabuto, CEO and Commission Secretary at the National Gender and Equality Commission. Guys, can we stop commenting? It's whatever. It's confusing. It makes me stop. If you comment on the link, it makes me stop. Okay, Maneno, they're saying like it's about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that is normal, eh? That
Okay.
is pretty normal, yeah.
Oh, it's pretty normal. Okay, then. So I'll take it again. Is there a way that I can stop the comments from popping up on my Teams? Because it's a bit confusing. Can I mute notifications?
Yeah, I was trying to do that, eh?
The more they pop up, the more they sort of get into. Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking for a way to.
Escape. Teams.
Anyway.
Let me start again. I'll be sending just a small message saying test, to see whether it will appear on mine.
I send.
Yeah, it's still popping up.
Yeah, it's also popping up on mine.
Yeah, the option here for disable the pop-ups is not. Yeah. Is there disable chat pop-ups? Hello. Disable chat pop-ups. No, they still pop up. They need to disable. Yeah, for the chat.
Hey, Bernard. I see you, man. What time is the event starting, by the way?
Good question from the organizer.
I know. The organizer also gets confused. She was up by 4. Now it's midday on my end.
Okay. Let's go through now. I'm waiting for somebody coming from BO. I mean, from whatever, bringing me a t-shirt. So let's just begin.
But we like your shirt too.
Do you? It's Zara, by the way.
Great. I see. Now, is it starting at 9:30 or 10?
No, 10.
10, eh?
Let me look at the program that was shared by... It's 10 for sure.
Okay.
But 9:30, the panelists are getting in.
Great.
Yeah, and it will go up to 12:30, I think.
Okay. So even do you want Betty Nyabuto to join at 9:30?
No.
Ask
him. Yeah, I mean, she's not a panelist. I mean, she just joins at 10.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's 10 to 12:30. I've just confirmed. Okay. I'll check myself first. I'm looking cool. Okay. The message must be very loud and clear. Orange the world, end violence against women now. But first, a tweet. I'll tell you more about oranging the world. New data from UN Women shows that across 13 countries, 2 in 3 women reported that they or a woman they know experienced some form of violence during the pandemic. But violence against women is not inevitable. It can and must be prevented. That is a tweet that was shared by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres as we begin the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Ms. Betty Sungura Nyabuto, the Chief Executive Officer and Commission Secretary at the National Gender and Equality Commission, Mr. Stephen Jackson, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Kenya and an advocate of sustaining peace and an anthropologist. I'll tell you more about him later. Ms. Fatir Abdallah, UNHCR representative for Kenya, members of the refugee community and your leaders, UN agencies, NGOs, and other partners. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this joint virtual launch of 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign that runs from 25th of November, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, to 10th of December, Human Rights Day. The campaign is used as a platform to raise awareness on gender-based violence and to call for the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. The theme, of course, as I had mentioned earlier, is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. It has been reported that the number of SGBV cases has increased in recent months, mainly due to the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on families. This event will provide an opportunity to share best practices, and we'll call for action to address SGBV issues in collaboration with the government of Kenya, civil society, UN agencies, NGO partners, and the refugee community. The launch will also showcase documentaries highlighting successes and best practices in GBV programming in 2021 from across the country. We look forward to an interactive session as we seek solutions. This joint virtual launch is scheduled to run until around 12:30 p.m. today. Our sign language interpreters are Maureen Kaburu and Pauline Wamboy from Humanity and Inclusion. Thank you to all who have joined us today on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please share them and any other comments on YouTube, and we will endeavor to read them all out towards the end. Another tweet. 25th of November is International Day to End Violence Against Women, and the world is turning orange to stand against gender-based violence. Let's kick off the 16 days of activism and hashtag Orange the World. That tweet was shared by at UN Women. To start us off, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, to make his opening remarks. How is it looking, people?
Rono, we've lost you.
How is it on YouTube?
YouTube is fine, but we don't have the sign language interpreters.
Okay. But Maureen is here. I can see Maureen.
Yeah, but her video has to be on. We have to see her actions.
Pauline and Maureen, could you guys agree who is going to start?
And turn on their video.
Pauline and Maureen.
It's good on YouTube, almost perfect. But we need to wider.
How is it on YouTube? How is it on YouTube?
It's almost perfect.
YouTube is fine, but we don't have the sign language interpreters.
Okay. Guys, I'm jumping out. My cab is here with my T-shirt. So I'm jumping out to pick it up. Please organize sign language. In 1 minute, I'll be back.
Asha, when you are talking, mute the YouTube. That's where the sound back is coming from.
I won't even be back here. I just wanted to say YouTube is fine, but can the screen be wider? It's still showing upper in the middle with a lot of space on the side. I don't know if we can expand the screen or this is it.
When you say space, I don't get what you mean by saying there's space on the side.
It shows that it's mirroring somewhere else. It doesn't show like it's naturally on YouTube. We can tell that it's connected to some other platform instead of being it's not full screen.
You're
That's
saying
what I'm saying.
the video itself.
Everything, like even as Rono speaks, we can some space on the side showing that new teams.
No, there's no workaround for that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, let's continue. It's about we have about 15 minutes before we meet the panelists, and we need to debrief before we meet them.
Yeah, Ron was just dashed out to get his T-shirt.
I don't know.
Yes.
Manish.
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Go to the main window. The 3 dots. Go to settings.
Yes.
Then notifications.
Device settings.
No, not device settings. Where you have your initials, like you, I think it will be HM. UNHCR, then HM. There are 3 dots up there on the main window.
Or not this video window?
Not video window, on the other window, the main window. You see the 3 dots?
Yes.
Click, then settings.
1 second.
On your top right hand side, at the top.
Yeah.
Where you have
I have come over because I've clicked there. It's taken me back to. Okay. Settings.
Notifications.
Notifications. Got it.
Then custom.
Custom.
Then you can check and put all those things off.
Okay, wait.
Replies to conversation I started, replies to whatever, just whatever you want to just put it off.
Okay.
Because there is banner feeds, only show in feeds and off. Just put them off if you.
I only have show in feeds.
There is a drop down. It's a drop down.
The one replace the conversation off. Okay. Banner feed off. Replies, likes, and reactions off.
It's okay. I think those are the ones that are bothering people.
Yes. So that also we don't have them broadcasting. Off. Channel mentions. Off.
Okay, let me check the bandwidth issue.
No, I think we're okay.
Okay, fine then.
Yeah, just pop upstairs, eh?
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
So where are we? Should we run through?
Yes, please. You can do it in 7 minutes?
Yeah, we can. We can. But of course, then we will skip the videos.
We can just do, yeah, because we've already done them, yeah? We've already done the videos, or if you want, we can just do one.
One second. Pauline, you okay? Karen, we won't read that one. It's come late. Okay, let's begin then, people. The message must be very loud and clear. Orange the world, end violence against women now. This is a 2021 theme for 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I'll tell you more about that as we progress. First, let's have a tweet. New data from UN Women shows that across 13 countries, 2 in 3 women reported that they or a woman they know experienced some form of violence during the pandemic. But violence against women is not inevitable. It can and must be prevented. That's a tweet that was shared by the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, as we begin the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Mr. Kodek Makori, Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Betty Sungura Nyabuto, Chief Executive Officer, Commission Secretary at the National Gender and Equality Commission, Mr. Stephen Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator, Kenya, and an advocate of sustaining peace and an anthropologist, Ms. Fathia Abdallah, UNHCR representative for Kenya, members of the refugee community and your leaders, UN agencies, NGOs, and other partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this joint virtual launch of 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign that runs from 25th of November, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, to 10th of December on Human Rights Day. The campaign is used as a platform to raise awareness on gender-based violence and to call for the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. Once again, the theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. It has been reported that the number of SGBV cases has increased in recent months, mainly due to the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on families. This event will provide an opportunity to share best practices and will call for action to address SGBV issues in collaboration with the government of Kenya, civil society, UN agencies, NGO partners, and the refugee community. The launch will also showcase documentaries highlighting successes and best practices in GBV programming in 2021 from across the country. We look forward to an interactive session as we seek solutions. This joint virtual launch is scheduled to run until around 12:30 p.m. Our sign language interpreters are Maureen Kaburu and Pauline Wamboy from Humanity and Inclusion. Thank you to all who have joined us today on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please share them and any other comments on YouTube, and we'll endeavor to read them all out towards the end. Another tweet. On 25th of November is International Day to End Violence Against Women, and the world is turning orange to stand against gender-based violence. Let's kick off the 16 days of activism and hashtag Orange the World. This tweet was shared by UN Women. To start us off, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, to make his opening remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Makori, for those very insightful remarks. Let me read you one other tweet here. Gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances. To prevent violence against displaced women and girls, we work with community-based organizations, including women and refugee-led, to empower women and girls and reduce gender inequalities. #OrangeTheWorld, #16days. This tweet was shared by UNHCR Deputy High Commissioner Kelly T. Clements, who has just completed her mission to Kenya in the last few days. I now welcome Ms. Fathia Abdallah, the UNHCR representative for Kenya, to make our opening remarks. Thank you very much, Ms. Abdallah, for those very, very perceptive remarks. Let's read one other tweet. We've actually got so many tweets on this 16 days of activism that, we will endeavor to share them all out. The message is very clear, Orange the World. The tweet now: gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances. UNHCR works with community-based organizations, including women-led organizations, to empower women and girls and reduce gender inequalities. It's time to end gender-based violence now. That tweet was shared by Fathia Abdallah, UNHCR representative for Kenya. Thank you very much, Ms. Fathia. In 2020 alone, 1,355 refugees were provided with gender-based violence services despite COVID-19 related constraints and lockdowns, while 1,405 have been assisted in 2021. In response, 750 refugee men and boys across the locations were educated on positive masculinity, respectful relationships, and non-violent conflict resolutions to encourage behavior change and accountability in eliminating violence against women and girls. The theme again, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. That is good progress, by the way. But what more can be done? What strategies can be used to enhance advocacy for inclusive GBV and gender equality programming at the national level? This now leads us to our first panel discussion on finding strategies. And now we're joined by Caroline Munyo, who is the Acting Principal Program Officer, Minority and Marginalized Division at the National Gender and Equality Commission. We're joined by Elsie Milimu, who is a Program Officer at Center for Rights Education and Awareness Crew. We're also joined by Pauline Cather from HIAS, who is the GBV Coordinator. And we're also joined by Anne W. Ray, Executive Director at the International Federation of Women Lawyers. Caroline, what more can be done? The situation is dire. Please tell us. They talk. Okay. So they're all done. I'll read you one of the tweets. Among the 84 million people forcibly displaced worldwide, too many are women and girls fleeing gender-based violence. As I'm witnessing firsthand in my current visit to Mexico and Central America, we're not doing enough to stop violence against women. That has been shared by Filippo Grandi, UNHCR High Commissioner for Refugees. Again, I'd like to thank all those who have joined us today on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please share them and any other comments that you've got on YouTube, and we'll endeavor to read them all out towards the end. We're now going to go into another panel discussion on success stories. And first, before we get into that, we will watch a few videos. First of them will be impact of SGBV on adolescents and youth. And this has been put together by our partner HIAS in Nairobi. But first, World Health Organization estimates show that nearly 1 in 3 women aged 15 years and older around the world have been subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner, non-partner, or both, at least once in their lifetime, indicating that levels of violence against women and girls have remained largely unchanged over the last decade. The same situation has sadly been seen for our populations of concern in the urban areas. Let us have a look on the impact that SGBV has on adolescents and the youth in the urban areas. Play that video. How is it looking on YouTube?
My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, the little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend. And then he helped me so much, but I was supposed to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with the daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to HIAS by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a GBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where she was very down. She was still traumatized from the GBV events that she had gone through. So part of the interventions that we've had with Roslyn include individual counseling, and this was especially very important because it enabled her to deal and to heal from the past traumatic events that she has experienced. Additionally, Roslyn was part of a support group for women who have gone through GBV. So through the support group, they're able to share their common experiences and learn from each other, and also just to heal even more. They're able to feel that sort of belonging because they are part of a network and part of a community that is there to support each other.
Okay,
I want
which
to
link
thank
are
HIAS
we jumping to now?
because they've really played a great role in my life. When I came to Nairobi, I did not know where to start from, but they took care of me each and every month. They took care of every need of mine and my kids.
So Roslyn has also benefited through the NHIF program that we've had at HIAS, and she has also been part of the women who have received sanitary towels and dignity kits. For now, Roslyn is a very changed woman, and I can say that she has overcome the past traumatic events, and she is now very bold and courageous to speak against GBV at all levels in the community, and she is also advocating to end GBV within her community.
HIAS is really welcoming. They have helped me so much, me personally with my children. I've benefited so much financially. I've had counseling sessions twice with HIAS, and I've also got referrals from HIAS to Huruma, and then from Huruma to Mbagathi from NCCK. After all those services, I feel I'm protected. At least I feel that I am loved by people. This has given me energy and boldness to stand. We make contacts with other people. Usually it's all about doing laundry for people. So this keeps us going each and every day and expecting a better for the future. My message to other refugees is to always be courageous. They should not fear. If they have any problem, HIAS is always ready and welcoming with open hands. And I'm just so thankful, and words cannot tell. I cannot tell, but you can see the way I'm looking. I came when I was really tiny, very sad, but nowadays I can smile with my kids, and I say thank you, HIAS, for the good work.
Yamini?
Hi, good morning, Aisha and colleagues. Sorry, I have a rather foolish question, which is we stay on this Teams link and the other people are on the YouTube link, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the two platforms kind of speak to each other.
Yes. I'll talk about that in my briefing.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Bernard, morning, brother.
Morning to you, sir.
Please extend the tea, or is it water? Thank you, sir. Sorry, colleagues, for joining late.
Good morning, everyone. It's 5 minutes past the hour. I think in the interest of time, we can start with our short briefing before we kick off the program officially at 10. My name is Asha from UNHCR, part of the organizing team, and I'll be taking you through the basics and the format of the event of the day. So to start with, we are requesting your indulgence to record the proceedings on Teams starting from 10 when we officially kick off the event, because panelists will stay on Teams and then the greater public will be on YouTube, but we want to have a feel of what was said and the contributions on Teams as well. So if you have any reservations, kindly let us know by emailing me or Karen, and we'll be able to see what to do. Otherwise, at 10, we start recording as the event broadcasts live on YouTube. So the format, as I have mentioned, panelists will stay on Teams, and then everybody else will be on YouTube, but the two platforms will mirror each other. So what we are seeing here is what everybody else will be seeing on YouTube. The only panel discussion bit that everybody is going to talk about is the last sub-theme on acknowledging women's movements, where everybody will be called to commit or show, give us a statement on what their commitment is and the commitment of their organization in acknowledging women's movement and supporting not only refugee-led women's groups, but women's groups in general. So that will come later in the program as has been shared with you. Then we're going to have two keynote speeches, one from the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Stephen Jackson, and one from the CEO of the National Gender and Equality Commission, Madam Sarah Nyabuto. Then that would be it for the day. We're going to go into a short question and answer session, again moderated by Bernard Rono, and then we close the day officially. So that's about it, unless there's questions or points of clarification. Yes, Yamini.
Thanks very much, Aisha. Not a question or clarification, but just to mention, I see that Mr. Makori has also joined. So just to thank him very much and to acknowledge a very heartfelt appreciation for his joining the event.
Very well said, Yamini. And thank you to all the panelists as well for honoring our invite, especially on such short notice. We appreciate it and we value your contribution to the success of this event. So before we get to 10, where we're going live, part of the program will feature videos showing best practices from the 3 locations, showcasing different modalities that we're using in GBV prevention and response. But because it will be on YouTube, the panelists will not be able to see that. So we thought we use the remaining few minutes of this debrief to show you what will be on YouTube, because at the time that it will be played live, we will not be able to see it on Teams. So without taking much of your time, over to you, Rono, to kick us off on the videos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with the tweet. Gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances. UNHCR works with community-based organizations, including women-led organizations, to empower women and girls and reduce gender inequalities. It's time to end gender-based violence now. Hashtag Orange the World, hashtag 16 days. That's a tweet by Fathir Abdallah, UNHCR representative for Kenya. A big thank you, of course, to all those who have joined us on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please share them and any other comments that you may have on YouTube, and we will be more than happy to share them out towards the end of this broadcast. We're now moving into another panel discussion on success stories. But first, we will watch a video on impact of SGBV on adolescents and youth. And this had been put together by HIAS, our partner at the Urban in Nairobi. But first, World Health Organization estimates show that nearly 1 in 3 women aged 15 years and older around the world have been subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner, non-partner, or both, at least once in their lifetime, indicating that levels of violence against women and girls have remained largely unchanged over the last decade. Absolutely sad. The same situation has sadly been seen for our populations of concern in the urban areas. Let us have a look on the impact that SGBV has on adolescents and the youth in the urban areas. And now we present to you the video, impact of SGBV.
My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died. But before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then I was raped from the police cell. And then
as we wait for the
got
ICT team and video,
with my son.
Peter
After a few days, the police released me,
right?
And this is when I came came back home.
Yes, we are playing.
And they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, the little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend. And then he helped me so much, but I was forced to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with the daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to HIAS by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a GBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where she was very down. She was still traumatized from the GBV events that she had gone through. So part of the interventions that we've had with Roslyn include individual counseling, and this was especially very important because it enabled her to deal and to heal from the past traumatic events that she has experienced. Additionally, Roslyn was part of a support group for women who have gone through GBV. So through the support group, they're able to share their common experiences and learn from each other, and also just to heal even more. They're able to feel that sort of belonging because they are part of a network and part of a community that is there to support each other.
That in
I want to
the
thank
actual
HIAS
event,
because they
the
really
panelists
played
on
a
this
great
Teams
role
link
in
will not actually be viewing the video, correct?
Is being chopped. The stream.
That's correct, Yamini. When the video is playing on YouTube, then the panelists will not be able to see that unless they have YouTube on. But ICT is playing them right now in the next 1 minute.
Okay, and then once the video is finished on YouTube, then Rono will say whatever he has to say so that the panelists are then aware, right, the video is done, and then the session carries on as normal.
Yes.
Perfect, thanks.
So what am I sharing? No, where's the video running? It's here. Share, do it, yes.
My name is Roslyn Adirubilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land.
Could I suggest that
I
we just move
refused,
ahead with
so they threatened me.
if there's anything
I
else
was
that the
attacked and
panelists need to
beaten
be
up,
aware of as
and
we
then I
wait for
had
the
a
video
problem
to be
with my
shown.
back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then
Maybe
I was
any
raped from the
information, for
police cell,
example, on
and then I got
if there
pregnant
are any
with my
questions
son.
on YouTube,
After a few
how
days,
would that be
the
put
police
to the
released me,
panelists?
and this is when I came.
Rono raised the
I
questions,
came back home, and they had taken
how would
all
they
my
know that there's a
property.
question to a
From
particular
there, it's when
panelist?
I packed up my
Yeah, I just wanted to
things,
ask.
little ones that I
From the
had,
YouTube, I know we'll be
because I
able to
wanted to
have
cross over
responders
to
from
Kenya.
YouTube. I don't know
That was
if
in 2016
from the
in
YouTube
July.
questions, I don't know if Rono will still be able to ask us the question that will be coming from the
My
general
name is
public
Roslyn
from the YouTube
Adirubilia.
point of view.
Absolutely, yes. There's somebody compiling that for me. They will send that to me and I'll ask you. There's somebody who is watching on YouTube and question that come
I'm
up
originally from
will be compiled
Uganda.
and sent to me, and
My
I'll be able
mom
to ask you
died,
immediately they get to
but
you.
before she died, she had left a house
Thanks, Rono.
that was under my name.
Sorry, good morning.
My
This
family
is
wanted
Fatia
me to sell
Bernard.
this land.
Yeah.
Good. Let me just put my video on if you can see me. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. You're very clear. Yeah.
And when do we put the video as a panelist? You know, I will be speaking, and after that, do I put it from the beginning, during the speech, and off again, or how does it work?
When I call you to speak, Fatia, you can put your video on, and then of course you speak. Then after that, you can just put off your video as you listen to the other people talking.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you.
Rono, I have shared my screen. Can you see the video?
We can see the video, but there's no sound, unfortunately.
Okay, let me play it.
I refused. So my name is Roslyn Adirubilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell.
Unless somebody else can hear it.
Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend, and then he helped me so much, but I was forced to. My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend, and then he helped me so much, but I was forced to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with the daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to HIAS by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a GBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where she was very down. She was still traumatized from the GBV events that she had gone through. So part of the interventions that we've had with Roslyn include individual counseling, and this was especially very important because it enabled her to deal and to heal from the past traumatic events that she has experienced. Additionally, Roslyn was part of a support group for women who have gone through GBV. So through the support group, they're able to share their common experiences and learn from each other, and also just to heal even more. They're able to feel that sort of belonging because they are part of a network and part of a community that is there to support each other.
I want to thank HIAS because they've really played a great role in my life. When I came to Nairobi, I did not know where to start from, but they took care of me each and every month. They took care of every need of mine and my kids.
So Roslyn has also benefited through the NHIF program that we've had at HIAS, and she has also been part of the women who have received sanitary towels and dignity kits. For now, Roslyn is a very changed woman, and I can say that she has overcome the past traumatic events, and she is now very bold and courageous to speak against GBV at all levels in the community, and she is also advocating to end GBV within her community.
HIAS is really welcoming. They have helped me so much, me personally with my children. I've benefited so much financially. I've had counseling sessions twice with HIAS, and I've also got referrals from HIAS to Huruma, and then from Huruma to Mbagathi from NCCK. After all those services, I feel I'm protected. At least I feel that I am loved by people. This has given me energy and boldness to stand. We make contacts with other people. Usually it's all about doing laundry for people. So this keeps us going each and every day and expecting a better for the future. My message to other refugees is to always be courageous, They should not fear. If they have any problem, HIAS is always ready and welcoming with open hands. And I'm just so thankful, and words cannot tell. I cannot tell, but you can see the way I am looking. I came when I was really tiny, very sad, but nowadays I can smile with my kids, and I say thank you, HIAS, for the good work.
And we are live on YouTube. The message must be very loud and clear. Orange the world, end violence against women now. This is the 2021 theme for 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I'll tell you more about it as we continue. My name is Banadrono. Let me first of all read you a tweet. Respect women. That's it. That's the tweet. Hashtag 16 days, hashtag orange the world. That has been put together by UN Women as we start the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Ms. Betty Sungura Nyabuto, Chief Executive Officer and Commission Secretary at the National Gender and Equality Commission, Mr. Stephen Jackson, UN Resident Coordinator for Kenya, Ms. Fathia Abdallah, UNHCR Representative for Kenya, members of the refugee community and your leaders, UN agencies, NGOs and other partners, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this joint virtual launch of 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign that runs from 25th of November, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, to 10th of December, Human Rights Day. The campaign is used as a platform to raise awareness on gender-based violence and to call for the prevention and elimination of violence against women. The theme again, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. It has been reported that the number of SGBV cases has increased in the recent months, mainly due to the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on families. This event will provide an opportunity to share best practices and will call for action to address SGBV issues. In collaboration with the government of Kenya, civil society, UN agencies, NGO partners, and the refugee community. The launch will also showcase documentaries highlighting successes and the practices that are best in GBV programming in 2021 from across the country. We look forward to an interactive session as we seek solutions. This joint virtual launch is scheduled to run until around 12:30 p.m. Our sign language interpreters are Maureen Kaburu and Pauline Wamboy from Humanity and Inclusion. Thank you to all who have joined us on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please share them, plus any other comments on YouTube, and we will endeavor to read them out. Speaking of reading them out, I'm going to read a tweet. New data from UN Women shows that across 13 countries, 2 in 3 women reported that they or a woman they know experienced some form of violence during the pandemic. But violence against women is not inevitable. It can and must be prevented. Really a sad state of affairs. That tweet was actually shared by the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. To start us off, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, to make his opening remarks. Welcome, Mr. Makori. As we wait for Mr. Makori to begin, let me just read you another tweet. Gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances. To prevent violence against displaced women and girls, we work with community-based organizations, including women and refugee-led, to empower women and girls and reduce gender inequalities. Hashtag Orange the World, hashtag 16 days. That was actually shared by UNHCR Deputy High Commissioner Kelly Clement, who has just completed her mission to Kenya. Mr. Makori, if you're Ona, please welcome to make your opening remarks. Thank you, sir. Okay, it seems Mr. Makori is getting himself ready. Let me welcome Ms. Fathia Abdallah, the UNHCR representative for Kenya, to make our opening remarks, and then we will get back to Mr. Makori for his remarks as well. Welcome, Ms. Abdallah.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. First of all, good morning to you all, and habari za asubuhi. Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Makuri, Commissioner Secretary for National Gender and Equality, Commission Betty Nungura Nayabutu, Resident Coordinator Stephen Jackson, representative of UN Women and UNPA and sister UN agencies, NGO partners, all people we work with, and all colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us today as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence under the theme of Honoring the World and Violence Against Women Now. According to WHO, 1 in 3 women and girls aged 15 years and older around the world have been subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner, non-partner, or both in their lifetime. This means someone close to you may have been affected by violence. Survivors need your support. The connection between survivors and their support network is strong and vital for recovery. You could be saving someone's life. Domestic and intimate partner violence, along with abuse and sexual exploitation of children, have become an increasing concern to UNHCR and our partners globally, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. As Bernard said, I would like to quote here our Deputy High Commissioner Kelly Clement, who visited Kenya this week. She said gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances, disproportionately impacting those already in greatest need of support, notably forced displaced women and girls. End of quote. In the second year of the pandemic, it continued to pose challenges while we continue to strengthen prevention, mitigation, and response, including support to survivors. Since the onset of the pandemic, incidence of GBV has also increased among the refugee population in Dadaab, Kakuma, and urban areas. Overall, there were 1,160 cases reported between January and October 2020. While they were in the same period, more than 1,400 cases reported in 2021, showing an increase. UNHCR and its partners continue to implement global GBV core actions, including 1, increasing policies and legal framework and enhancing resources as well as access to justice. 2, enhancing prevention programming. 3, scaling up access to quality services for survivors. 4, supporting women-led and girls-led organizations so that they can exercise their rights and also show or share practices. In 2020, more than 1,300 refugees.
To speak when the caller asked me to, I was in, but
were provided with GBV services in Kenya. While in 2021, an additional 1,400 refugees have been assisted. Importantly, we have also continued to engage men and boys in GBV prevention. UNHCR and partners have also worked to make reporting channels safer and more accessible, including tailoring channels to the needs of people of concern, the concern of survivors. UNHCR 24-hour multi-language toll-free helpline is one such example. The number, I want to give you the number, is 1517. I particularly like to appreciate the government of Kenya for including refugees in GBV responses. I would also like to thank our donors for their advocacy and making resources available for GBV programs. A special recognition goes to the contribution made by refugees, asylum seekers, and stateless persons who through various community structures have supported continuity of services. Lastly, on behalf of UNHCR, I would like to thank you once more and to call on all partners, individually and collectively, to commit to end sexual harassment and sexual exploitation and abuse now. Asantini sana.
We thank you very much, Fathia, for those very insightful remarks and that commitment there from UNHCR. Truly much appreciated. Mr. Makori is here now, and I'd like to welcome him now to, he's the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Mr. Kodek Makori, and I'd like now to welcome him to make his opening remarks. Welcome, Mr. Makori.
Thank you. I hope you hear me.
We can hear you, Mr. Makori. We would request that maybe you put on your video, so that we can see you as well. Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, that was actually what brought the earlier hiccup. So I may not have a video. My machine has refused to conform to your application. So I have to remain not seen. But of course, I hope everybody will hear me.
We can hear you very well, Mr. Makori. Thank you very much and welcome now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. And I want to start by thanking those of you who organized this and indicate that I'm very honored to join you and the rest of the world as we do this global campaign on ending violence against women. I am clearly and together with my colleagues at the department, we will have to remain orange for this year so that we support in ending violence against women. So as a government department, we promote women leadership and are at the forefront in mainstreaming gender-related issues in our operations. And this is a policy of the government of Kenya. It's not just a trust, but it's a policy of the government, and my colleagues from government know this. And so we strongly encourage that women should be given leadership opportunities. Girls in school should be allowed to learn how to lead, and so that they can be able to be aware of themselves, and so they can be aware of their self-worth and be able to defend their rights. Our constitution also has provisions for the empowerment of women and girls, and so because refugees are subject to laws of Kenya, we expect that they will take advantage of the environment that the constitution and the laws of Kenya have created to advance their causes among the refugee community besides the other communities they live amongst. We not only discourage violence against women as a government and as a people, but any form of violence against any person is against the laws of the country and is seen as an abuse on the rights of the persons so violated. We call upon the refugees residing in camps and in all our urban centers to uphold integrity and protect women and children from any form of violence, including early marriages, domestic violence, FGM, and many other of those criminal acts that we know of that are practiced among communities. Domestic violence, early marriages, FGM, and any form of violence against women and children are outlawed in Kenya, and it is therefore important for refugees to be aware of these facts to enable them avoid acts that may bring their stay in Kenya be in conflict with the laws of the country. Accordingly, our department, that is RAS, will continue to partner with other stakeholders to protect women and children, particularly refugee women and girls, from harmful practices. We call upon stakeholders to develop more empowerment programs that will particularly target women and girls with the objective of creating awareness among them on their self-worth. Men and boys should also not be left behind in the sensitization programs of this nature, because, as we know, this is a group that constitutes a greater segment of the population that violates women and girls. The sensitization of men is to impart in them the sense of the worth of the women and the girls, and the idea that they should actually be the protectors of the women in our society. And with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all those that are involved in this and that are supporting this cause of ending violence against women. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Mr. Makori, and you put it rightly so that you and your colleagues are going to remain orange for the duration of the period that we're here. Thank you very much to the commitment from RAS, and thank you for all the support that that we continue to receive from the government of Kenya. Among the 84 million people forcibly displaced worldwide, too many are women and girls fleeing gender-based violence, as I'm witnessing firsthand in my current visit to Mexico and Central America. We're not doing enough to stop violence against women. That was a tweet that was put across by the UNHCR High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, who is currently on mission in Mexico as we commemorate and as we begin the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Just again to remind everybody, Orange the World is a theme, end violence against women now. In 2020 alone, 1,355 refugees were provided with gender-based violence services in Kenya, despite COVID-19 related constraints and lockdowns, while 1,405 have been assisted in 2021. In response, 750 refugee men and boys across the locations have been educated on positive masculinity, respectful relationships, and non-violent conflict resolution to encourage behavior change and accountability in eliminating violence against women and girls. Once again, I'll remind you the theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. That is good progress, but what more can be done? What strategies can be used to enhance advocacy for inclusive GBV and gender equality programming at the national level? This now leads us to our first panel discussion on finding strategies as we continue to advocate. The theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. And actually now we are joined by Caroline Muñoz, Acting Program Officer, Minority and Marginalized Division at the National Gender and Equality Commission. We're joined by Elsie Milimu, who is a Program Officer at the Center for Rights Education and Awareness Crew, by Pauline Cather, GBV Coordinator at HIAS, and by Ilham Hisham, Senior Legal Counsel, International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA. I'll request them now to switch on their videos. And first to Caroline, what more can be done in as far as the National Gender and Equality Commission is concerned? What strategies can we use to be able to enhance advocacy? Welcome, Carol.
Yeah, good morning, Bernard. Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Mr. Kondek Makori, UNHCR representative, and all other representatives from various institutions. My name is Caroline Muñoz. and I'll be taking you through strategies that can be used to enhance advocacy for inclusive gender-based violence and gender equality programming at the national level. And I'll start off by saying that the National Gender and Equality Commission is a constitutional commission which has been established by the National Gender and Equality Commission Act number 15 of 2011, pursuant to Article 59, 4 and 5 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And the Commission's mandate is to promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination for all people in Kenya, whereby we mostly pay specific focus on special interest groups, who include women, children, youth, persons with disabilities, the older members of society, and minorities and marginalized groups. All these groups are well articulated in our Constitution. And in our discussion today, you find that gender-based violence is a very serious global health and human rights and development issue. And I can say that it is a symptom of underlying gender inequalities and power imbalances that goes beyond geography, culture, class, religion, touching virtually every community and in every corner of the world. And this is to say that gender violence is often condoned by customs and reinforced by institutions which are thriving on impunity. And as a country, you find that the government is well committed to elimination of all forms of gender-based violence. And in this case, there are various effective provisions of quality and accessible services to all survivors. And this is to say that Kenya has a robust legal framework which prohibits various forms of gender-based violence. And these include, among others, the Constitution of Kenya, the Sexual Offences Act, the Penal Code and its various amendments, the Children Act, and many others. And of course, the Vision 20, which acknowledges that cases of gender-based violence are on increase and lays out the various strategies to reduce its prevalence. So in this case then, what are some of the strategies that can be used to enhance advocacy to ensure inclusive gender-based violence and gender equality programming at the national level? In this case, to achieve this, we can be looking at 4 objectives that can lead to reduction of gender-based violence. And this will be seeking to look at to reduce gender-based prevalence through enforcement of various laws and policies, through increasing access to quality and comprehensive, responsive, and support services across all sectors, and also to increase access to quality and also comprehensive support, and lastly, to enhance resource mobilization towards sustainable gender-based response and prevention programs. Then now, what are some of the strategies then that can be used to enhance this advocacy? First and foremost, I'll say that there is a need to adopt a robust multi-stakeholders approach. And this can be done by strengthening the existing structures. For example, we have what we call equality and inclusion technical working groups that can be cascaded at the county level. This is to say that the National Gender and Equality Commission has established 27 equality and inclusion technical working groups, which can now, as an approach, can be cascaded to other counties. And this brings on board various sectors that deals with issues of gender-based violence, issues of women, children, persons with disabilities. And through this, then, it can be a good approach that can really advocate for inclusive gender-based programs during their forums. Through this also, there is a need to enhance monitoring and evaluation frameworks on equality and gender-based violence. And this is to say that it can be a precursor for evidence-based programs on issues of gender-based violence. At the same time, there is a need for scaling up or initiating electronic and mobile platforms for sensitization purely on inclusive gender-based violence and equality program so that it can reach to various stakeholders in our country. There's also need to support survivors of the gender-based violence in reporting and at the same time following up of cases that can be done through our legal systems in Kenya. Still on advocacy, there's a need for engagement with the gender-based violence prevention networks, which are supported by the Commission at the county level, like I've said, through the Equality and Inclusion Technical Working Group. As a Commission also, we've realized that one of the strategies that has really worked, and this we've been able to achieve through the support of the European Union, through the establishment of this technical working group, we have been engaging men and boys as allies and advocates who can champion change in regards to advocacy issues in regards to gender-based violence. There's also a need to establish partnership among stakeholders along some of the thematic areas of operation. And through this, then, we can have establishment of referral infrastructure and linkages cutting across sectors working on gender-based response. Still on the strategies that can be used, there is also need to continue establishing gender mainstreaming or conducting gender mainstreaming across the various policies and the programs. And this can also be done through capacity development of institutions and all the service providers so that they can respond well to issues of gender-based violence, and specifically across sectors. For example, the healthcare workers, the police, the chiefs, the magistrates, and even the teachers in schools. There is a need to continuously empower these service providers so that they can respond to gender-based violence issues. And of course, lastly, as I conclude on that, there is need for integrating of gender-based training as part of the training curricula, especially for the police service, the medical doctors, and even in our schools. So basically, those are some of the strategies that can be employed. Back to you, Bernard.
I thank you very much, Caroline Munoz. She's from the National Gender and Equality Commission. I think I picked out massive support there from the European Union, who have enabled the NGEC to continue with their advocacy work. Thank you very much as well to the European Union. Thank you, Caroline. I'm informed that there's a big group watching from Dadaab, including G4S Security Services as well. We have got a number of people also watching from Israel and Afghanistan. Very much appreciated. Please do let us know where you're watching from, where you're tuning from on YouTube, and we'll be more than happy to mention that as well. On that note, I'd like now to welcome Ilham Hisham, who is from FIDA Kenya. She's a senior legal counsel at FIDA. Please tell us some of the strategies. And I'd now like to ask Caroline if she could put off her video so that we only have FIDA Kenya plus our sign language interpreter. Welcome, Ilham.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Ilham Hisham, Senior Legal Counsel of FIDA Kenya. It's a pleasure to be in this session today. As FIDA Kenya, we have been advocating for access to justice for women from 1985 when we were established. As FIDA Kenya, we have access to justice and women in governance. Under access to justice, we use self-representation, where we train women to be able to represent themselves in matters of court, as well as have pro bono advocates, external advocates that we normally work with to assist us in the work that we do. And then we have in-house counsel and psychosocial support. Considering GBV and what we are talking about, we also have the advocacy work that we do under women in governance. So Under GBV, we've been able to sensitize the community in different areas, especially in hotspot areas. We've been able to work with the government, with different stakeholders, and recently we even went to the hotspot areas like West Pokot, Turkana, and what have you, sensitizing them about their rights, how to be able to access justice, how to be able to prevent GBV and what have you, and basically maybe on some of the strategies. We were able to launch our toll-free line, that is 0800-720-501, last year, a month immediately after COVID struck. And we have had over 10,000 cases to date. Specifically for this year, we have received over 1,500 cases, of which over 900 cases make out intimate partner violence. So you can see that is quite a huge number. But with the toll-free, we've been able to get people who are not able to call, maybe due to lack of funds and what have you. We've even received cases from Dadaab and Kakuma, and we've been able to assist them virtually and also through our pro bono advocates who are near them. So like my colleague from GEC has indicated, multi-stakeholder is the key. Multi-sectoral approach is the key to achieving an end to GBV. So it would be key for all the stakeholders to come together so that we can be able to eliminate. And as we are now in the 16 days of activism, it is important that we color the world orange and alert each and every one of us of what violations are there and that women do have rights. And like it was earlier said, that the power imbalances is what actually causes gender-based violence. On our part, you'll realize more often than not, intimate partner violence, and with COVID, the most, the issue that was quite paramount was the aspect of finances. You get people who are not working, they were out of jobs, and so the frustrations that they were going through, then coupled with the stress that kids are in the house, they're not going to school. So a lot of these issues facilitated intimate partner violence. We were able to also offer psychosocial support through our line. As FIDA Kenya, we also have Virtual Justice Center, and we've also launched this in prisons. All our branches have Virtual Justice Center, where our clients can be able to access the virtual courts. Most of the clients are normally not able to access justice. And you'll find that when it comes to matters of GBV, defilement cases are on the rise, intimate partner cases are on the rise. Inability to have funds to access with the work that we do and the trainings that we offer to the CBOs, we are able to get GBV cases referred from the CBOs that we train on the grassroots. Basically, what would urge probably is to ensure that there is proper data collection. You'll appreciate that FIDA has its data, GEC has its data, the government has its data, the police has its data, what have you. So it is key to have a centralized system where we can be able to have gender statistics and GBV data statistics that we can be able to actually appreciate and see how best we can be able to curb the vice. Survivors also need funds. So one of the strategies, in as much as we're helping, can we be able to see how best we can be able to help these survivors? Apart from the funds, the key thing is the safe houses. Less than 3 counties have safe houses. We have 47 counties. We have over 9,000 cases per annum when it comes to GBV cases. What is it that you can be able to do? Can the government be able to set aside funds? Yes, we appreciate that during the Generation Equality Forum, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta was able to make 12 commitments, key of which is that duty bearers will be held accountable. Can we see these being implemented and not just in black and white? We appreciate that one of the Polycare has been launched, but can this then be replicated? 2026 is not far. We are less than 5 years down the road, and it is key now for the government to start implementing the commitments that they have made. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Ilham. I was absolutely impressed there by the toll-free line that FIDA has. think you do a fantastic job, FIDA. Thank you very much for all the work, all your advocacy, all the work that you do to support women and children is very well known and well documented, and we give you kudos. I'm informed that Ethiopia Gambela is watching as well, and a big shout out to the Dar police station who have also tuned in to watch all the proceedings. We need all stakeholders on board. I'm also informed here by my colleague Ilaria Vidili from Kakuma that there's a big group of refugees and host community members and partners who are tuning in from Kakuma and Kalobeye. We need everybody on board. Remember the theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. I'd now like to welcome Pauline Cather, JBV coordinator at HIAS, to tell us what really more can be done as far as they're concerned. What strategies can we use as far as HIAS is concerned? Welcome, Pauline.
Okay. Thank you, Rono. HIAS is an international organization that provides vital services for refugees and asylum seekers around the world and advocates for their fundamental rights so that they can rebuild their lives. So we do this through delivery of services on legal protection, mental health and psychosocial support, economic inclusion, and gender and GBV programs. So HIAS realizes that when it comes to advocacy for refugees on gender equality and GBV issues, there is need to take a multi-sectoral approach, just like one of my colleagues mentioned earlier. We know that all sectors in our society, including the legal, health, security, education, etc., have an important role to play in ending violence against refugee women and girls. So there's need to ensure that we leave no one behind by advocating for inclusive, comprehensive, long-term strategic programs and resources to prevent and eliminate violence against refugee women and girls. So we need to also ensure inclusion in advocacy strategies of refugee women and girls and other overlooked populations, including refugee elderly women and refugee women living with disabilities. This is simply because there's nothing for them without them. So there's need to ensure that they are engaged, and there's need to ensure that they are present in all stages of implementing this advocacy strategy. So what do we do to achieve this? We must empower refugees and displaced women and girls to be able to sit on the decision-making table to advocate for their own rights. Because once they understand and they have the power to do so, then it's easier for them to fight for their needs and their rights. And so this empowerment that we are talking about will include maybe providing necessary resources like finances, which are critical in everything that we do, educating them to understand the issues, creating opportunities and platforms for them to channel their issues, because without the platforms and the opportunities, then they have nowhere to air out the issues. Then we also need to equip them with the necessary knowledge and skills to be able to put duty bearers to task to make and implement favorable laws and policies that are inclusive of refugees and displaced persons. Yeah, over to you, Rono.
A big thank you to you, Pauline. I picked up the multi-sectoral approach. I mean, you talked of inclusion, and I love this line from you, nothing for them without them. We know the amazing work that HIAS does. Continue to do it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that the refugee community appreciates it as well. Thank you very much again, Pauline. I'm informed that Kamau Mushiri from Women and Youth Against AIDS and Poverty from Isiolo is also watching. That's a non-governmental organization in Isiolo that supports women and youth. This time, I'd like to welcome Elsie Milimu, the Program Officer for Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, to tell us, Elsie, what really does it take? What more can be done? What strategies can we basically employ? Welcome, Elsie.
Thank you, Rono. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so Crew is a feminist NGO, and we advocate for women and girls' rights. Some of our thematic areas are sexual reproductive health rights, sexual and gender-based violence, women leadership and participation, and economic empowerment. I'll speak to GBV and some of our strategies. Ideally, the strategies that we adopt are to reduce the risk, not just of the occurrence of GBV, but also reoccurrence, promoting resilience amongst the survivors, as well as having sustainable or lasting solutions. And some of the strategies that we adopt are, working closely with, as my colleagues mentioned, using a multi-sectoral approach. So working closely with the technical working groups, the State Department for Gender, the Ministry of PS and Gender, just to ensure that we're able to have more, frameworks and policy changes that are really beneficial to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. Another strategy that we do adopt is resource mobilization. So a lot of funding geared towards especially lasting solutions when you're thinking about sustainability and ensuring that, a survivor is not in the same place that they were, what was making them vulnerable, and how to stop that, as well as a humanitarian approach. I think ideally, as CSOs or NGOs implementing in this sector, we primarily focus on the response aspect, so legal and psychosocial support, but there's also the aspect of prevention. So this could be provision of, tokens or cash transfer to cushion survivors, or at least, because the biggest challenge with survivors would be, lack of funds, and especially over the pandemic, a lot of jobs were lost. A lot of ways to make income, like washing clothes and etc. So we found that it was really beneficial to have, these cushions for these survivors, as well as private partnerships. So working with, private sector, like the MasterCard Foundation, the women banking institutions, to be able to, give these women, these survivors loans, essentially, to boost their businesses, more so those that had gone down over the pandemic. So yeah, using a humanitarian approach, provision of what we call dignity kits with the basic, sanitary pads, and etc. And another strategy that we really found to have worked was also having the toll-free line. And through this, then, and this was accessible not just for survivors. When talking about prevention, even males were encouraged to call. A lot of them were stressed, of course, because of the economic condition that is. And so from there was a lot of psychosocial support for couples, so couples therapy, a lot of mediation, just to assist these families. So those are some of the strategies that we adopted. So framework and policy changes, resource mobilization for economic empowerment, having that humanitarian approach, as well as private partnerships, private sector partnerships.
Thank you very much, Elsie. Absolutely eye-opening there. Elsie Milemu, she is a program officer at Center for Rights, Education and Awareness Crew. I picked up quite a number of points there, actually. They promote resilience, working closely with the technical working group, the State Department for Gender, the ministry as well. They are very keen on resource mobilization, finding lasting solutions, working with the private sector, like the MasterCard Foundation. They provide dignity kits. They have a toll-free line, just like in FIDA. Great stuff. Really, really much appreciated. And it's really nice to be able to listen to some of the strategies that are being mentioned here. I'm told by my colleague Fauzia that there's live screening of this particular event by the Danish Refugee Council, DRC, in Dadaab. And listen to this, there are 38 GBV male champions at Dagahale field office watching at the moment. And to them, they say hashtag end violence against women now. Please do let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and maybe you can also just share a message. Remember that as well, you can post in your questions on YouTube, and we'll be more than happy to share them at some point. Gender-based violence is rooted in power imbalances. UNHCR works with community-based organizations, including women-led organizations, to empower women and girls and reduce gender inequalities. It is time to end gender-based violence now. Hashtag Orange the World, hashtag 16 days. That is a tweet that was shared by Fathia Abdallah, UNHCR representative for Kenya. Thank you very much, Fathia. We listened to Fathia earlier on. And of course, she's still on standby if there will be any other questions to her. We will be getting into the next panel discussions. A big thank you to all my panelists who've just finished. That was Caroline Muñoz from National Gender and Equality Commission. Elsie Milimu, we just listened to her. She's a program officer at Center for Rights Education and Awareness Crew. There's Pauline Cather, JBV coordinator at HIAS. And as well, we've had Ilham Hisham, who is a senior legal counsel at the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, who was one of the earlier speakers as well. We're now going to move into the next panel discussion on success stories. But first, thank you to all who have joined us on YouTube. The panelists, of course, are on standby to respond to your questions. And we also, on standby to read your comments as we progress. But let me just read this tweet before we move on. 25th November is International Day to End Violence Against Women, and the world is turning orange. We were told by Mr. Makori by there about that as well, to stand against gender-based violence. Let's kick off the 16 days of activism and orange the world. This tweet was shared by UN Women yesterday on 25th of November. Mr. Makori himself said him and his colleagues are all going to go orange for the duration of this particular time. Let us have a look at the impact that SGBV has on adolescents and the youth in the urban areas. We will look at intimate partner violence and domestic violence. But first, impact of SGBV on adolescents and youth. And this is a video by HIAS in Nairobi. Let's watch that on YouTube.
My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there is when I packed up my things, the little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend. And then he helped me so much, but I was forced to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with a daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to HIAS by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a GBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where
crew. Caroline Muñoz is from National Gender and Equality Commission. We will have John Wafula, who will be new from the United Nations Fund for Population and Development, UNFPA. He's a UNFPA humanitarian coordinator, And then as well from UN Women, we will be meeting Christine Okenno on ending violence against women specialist. She's an ending violence against women specialist at UN Women. We will introduce them when we get there. But gender-based violence has continued to be on the rise amongst the refugee populations since the onset of COVID-19. Domestic and intimate partner violence and abuse against children have primarily been of concern to all the stakeholders, including UNHCR. And we'll get into an EMAP video from Kakuma. I'm waiting to get a signal that the video is back on YouTube, but please do join us. Once again, remember that the theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. And I mean, I really love the message from Mr. Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, who did say that him and his team are going to go orange for the duration of this particular period. Thank you to all who have joined us once again on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions. Please do share them, and we'll be more than happy to basically to be able to read them. So as we wait for the technical team, let me just get the panelists back on as we wait for the video. In your opinion, what works well in your context to prevent violence against women and girls, and what can be done to improve our work? What support do you require to set up refugee-led organizations? And as I did mention, we've got Caroline Munoz from the National Gender and Equality Commission. We had already introduced her in the previous panelist discussion. We've got Elsie Milimu, we just listened to her from CRU as well. We've got John Wafula, who is a UNFPA humanitarian coordinator at UNFPA, and we've also got Christine Okenno, who is an ending violence against women specialist at UN Women. Christine Okenno actually will go first. Christine, in your opinion, what works well in your context to prevent violence against women and girls, and what can be done to improve our work? Welcome, Christine. If you could have your video on, Christine, we'll be more than happy.
I hope
we can
see me clearly.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Bernard. As you hear, my name is Christine, and I come from UN Women, and I work on ending violence against women and girls at the Kenya Country Office. UN Women is the UN entity dedicated to gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. So to your question, Mr. Rono, what works or what is the best strategy? For us as UN Women, we do believe that prevention still remains the key and the best strategy in terms of long-term ending violence against women and girls, and even elimination of violence against women and girls. And in this regard, we do work with various partners from the government, our CSOs partners, as well as our UN sister agencies in terms of putting in place various programs, supporting various policies, including legal reforms and policy reforms, and putting in place various structures that ensure that we do eliminate violence against women and girls. And one of these key, for instance, includes engagement with the community structures to ensure that we do have respectful relationships and that we do condemn or we do address issues that deal with social norms and culture that are drivers of GBV within the community. And in our work, for instance, we do work with various community structures, including cultural leaders, religious leaders, male engagement, men and boys, and we do also focus on early education of both girls and boys at that young stage when they're still in school and they're still very teachable and they're very impressionable, as you know, to ensure that we do change the culture of impunity at both the community level and at the individual level. And for us, one of the key things that we have also invested in terms of GBV prevention and has been key to our work is on leveraging on gender statistics. And as we do know that evidence-based programming is very key in terms of informing policy, informing programming, and informing our both prevention and response strategies. So through our gender statistics program, what we commonly know as Women Count, we have invested heavily on GBV research, as well as not just collection of data, but synthesis, analysis, and presentation of this comprehensive data in a way that can be presented to the policy makers and the decision makers. And one of our key achievements during COVID, for instance, has been the COVID-19 or participation among various partners, including our sister UN agency, UNFPA, that are herein presented in the COVID-19 gender assessment report and the data therein that has been able to help us focus our programming during COVID-19 and to be able to refocus our programming and our refinancing to various strategies that we deem fit to be able to address GBV, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope that answers your question, and over and back to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panelists, and that of course was Christine Okeno, who is from UN Women. Her title is Ending Violence Against Women Specialist. Couldn't be any more apt, especially today as we celebrate this. Let me tell you, thank you very much, Christine. Let me tell you who is watching, by the way. I've got Hussein Hamoud watching from Hagadera Camp, Abdi Aden from Dagahale, Paul Kimeo from Kakuma Refugee Camp. I've got Sophia Mohammed from Museta, big guy from the Dab, let's all in the world. Mahat watching from Hagadera, Mutisia Musioki tuned in from DMO in the Dab. Yusuf Jibril is watching in from Ifo. We've got Frank Mutuma from Kakuma. We've got somebody says, let's all in the world. Hibo Hussein, I think I know Hibo actually. Hibo Hussein watching from Dadaab. Ali Sayeta watching from Dagale Secondary. And we've got quite a number of people. We will make sure that we mention where they're all watching from. I'm also informed, of course, that we have got the UN Joint Medical Service, who is watching, which is watching from the DAB main office, and that is Martha Maende and team. Of course, medical is absolutely important, when we're talking about issues of gender-based violence. Let me now welcome, and a big thank you, of course, to Christine Okeno, who has just finished. She's from UN Women. Let me welcome John Mafula. John Mafula is a UNFPA humanitarian coordinator, and I'd like to invite him to come and tell us exactly what has worked, especially in your context at UNFPA, really what has worked in your context to prevent violence against women and girls, and what can be done to improve our work. We are all a team. John, welcome.
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you, colleagues, for this wonderful occasion marking 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It's an obligation that we cannot avoid, cannot stop doing. If at all, we are to protect women's and girls' rights as human rights. Bernard, I don't think we are at a point where we can say that we have conclusive evidence on what works. We are still in the process of generating that evidence. And we appreciate what is emerging, but still there is more to be done. Having said that, from where we sit and continue providing support to partners, one intervention that accelerates results in terms of addressing sexual and gender-based violence is ensuring the participation of women and girls themselves in all the interventions that we parade out there. It is imperative that whenever we think of preventing or responding to gender-based violence, let us not ram down solutions upon women and girls. Let us work with them, ensure their participation right from the word go, so that their voices and choices are part of the solution that we are striving to realize. The other aspect that is promising to generate results is transforming systems and social norms. Social norms, gender norms underpin the occurrence of gender-based violence. And therefore, if we can devise effective strategies to address this, including engagement with various institutions that exist in society, opinion leaders, religious groups, leadership formations, men and women, so that we transform existing social norms to ensure there are adequate protective spaces for vulnerable groups, that will be very important. We are also appreciating the role that effective coordination structures is doing in terms of realizing results. GBV response, GBV prevention cannot be undertaken by a single entity. Today, when you look at the spectrum of actors, we are drawing representation from the private sector, we are drawing representation from government, UN agencies, communities. These have to be effectively coordinated so that there is complementarity, there is synergy, and we leverage each other's cutting edge in the efforts to address gender-based violence. Therefore, we need strong coordination structures. For instance, we really appreciate the coordination and oversight role that UNHCR plays within the humanitarian operation in Kakuma, in Dadaab. You can attribute the results that we have seen in that context to the strong aspect of coordination that exists. Some years ago, when the National Gender and Equality Commission was coordinating the national response, we again saw quite impressive results in terms of policies that were churned out at the national level. This has also been picked up quite impressively by the State Department for Gender today. Evidence generation is critical and should remain at the core of prevention and response initiatives to address gender-based violence. We should invest in research. We should invest in a very robust way in building capacities, even at the community level, for research, for monitoring of how interventions are panning out. And that is, again, a glaring area, because in this country, I don't think since 2012, when we had the International Conference on Gender-Based Violence, we've not had any other high-level meeting that can interrogate the evidence that we have, identify the gaps, and start engaging with even academic institutions to address those gaps. If we move in that direction, the way it's being undertaken by the Sexual Violence Research Initiative of South Africa, with support from institutions like the World Bank, I think we'll make good progress. But also, when you look at the What Works literature that has emerged from, again, institutions like the Sexual Violence Research Initiative, economic empowerment is critical. Addressing livelihood needs of survivors and those at risk is important as a prevention strategy and also as a mitigation measure where GBV has already occurred. But allow me to stop there as we continue with this beautiful discussion. Thank you.
I thank you very much, John. John, my good friend from UNFPA, is a humanitarian coordinator. He talks about mobilizing resources, working together in a synergy group, and he did thank UNHCR for the coordination in Kakuma and Kalube. Thank you very much, John. We'll continue, as always, to work together as a team. Larry Etabo is my good friend, actually, from Kakuma. He's watching as well. He's from Swiss Contact. And I've also got a message here from Karegi Salome, who says, hi, everyone. I'm glad to follow this great information from Meru. SGBV is a real concern everywhere in our present world. Indeed, going orange, the world to end violence. Of course, going orange, as Mr. Makori did tell us at the beginning, and he did set the scene, actually. Let's all go orange for the duration to ensure that we continue to fight no violence against women at all. Remember that the theme for 2021 is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. After John Ofula, I'd now like to welcome Elsie Milimu from CREW to tell us exactly what sort of what really more can be done. In your opinion, what works well in your context? Elsie, I'd like to request all panelists to please just use 2 minutes because we've got many other panelists on standby as well. Elsie, welcome back again.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. Yeah, I think I spoke a lot on what works well.
and what we've seen to work well, like the toll-free line, working closely with our community champions, having dialogues within the communities, increasing advocacy on radio shows, as well as the services that we do offer, legal and psychosocial. But other things that we've really seen work, especially over the last about a year and a half or so, again, was the need to have the shelters. And so CREW is supporting a number of shelters within some of the 10 counties that we do implement in, just to create that sort of, looking at the commitments that were made, the generation equality commitments. So how do we have comprehensive sort of services to our survivors? And so we are supporting a number of shelters. Of course, this is a state mandate, and I'll speak more to that, but also having economic empowerment programs. Again, when we're talking about comprehensive services, looking at ensuring that survivors are not back to the same place that they were, because one of the biggest challenges that they do face, of course, is for the most part is lack of resources. And so it will be, how do I support myself and my family? Where will I stay if I'm to leave this particular environment? So we found that having those economic empowerment programs was key. Of course, working closely also with the private sector as part of them giving back. But I would say, ideally, what works and what we are currently really pushing for is the legal and policy transformation. So how do we offer, how do we ensure that the comprehensive services? So for instance, when we're talking about the safe spaces or shelter, we have seen over the last about a year and a half, counties, about 3 counties, like my friend Ilham mentioned, have shelters. But we've seen how much this has transformed the lives of survivors. They're able to regain their dignity, able to get psychosocial support, and of course, immediate relief from those shelters. And of course, working closely with the Nairobi County and State Department for Gender. We recently launched, I think about 2-3 weeks ago, the county launched the Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Management Act, actually, that was enacted and signed into, and this will see to it for how the county will manage survivors and how they can then set up the county-run shelters. CREW is also working closely with the NPS to have Polycare, which is a one-stop shop, essentially, where survivors can access services in one place, because a lot of trauma happens amongst our survivors. So imagine being asked to go so and so for forensic, go for legal services or psychosocial services at a point when you're traumatized. So this is something that we are also really pushing in terms of legal and policy transformation. And lastly, one of the biggest challenges, that our survivors face is, of course, the length of time that matters take in court. And so we're working towards ensuring that we have specialized SGBV courts. It's been done here, it's been done in other jurisdictions. It's been done here because we do have courts that specifically listen to land matters, employment matters. Why do we not have, courts, specialized courts that are dedicated to sexual violence matters? Because this is a human rights violations, and it's something that is really strips away and takes away the dignity from women and girls. So those are some of the of what we're working on and what we feel will work best to ensure that our survivors have comprehensive care and also meet the commitments that we made by 2026 as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elsie Milimu, my good friend from CREW. They do fantastic work, and of course, she says they're looking for SGBV, to set up SGBV specialist courts to be able to handle issues that do come up. Thank you very much, Elsie. Let me tell you who else is watching. Thomas Odero, tuning in from G4S in Dadaab. Aisha and Gonz, of course, my colleague from Dadaab as well. Ina Guya, my colleague from Kakuma, is tuned in as well. Nimsish Ina Hassan, Faria Hassan watching live from Dadaab. Awais Mohammed from Hagadera camp. Let's Orange the World watching from Hagadera. That's Abdi Hudle Adam. Joydreen Mudhoni from Kakuma is watching as well. Blessing Mureveri, my former colleague, my current colleague anywhere in the global operation, watching from Gambela in Ethiopia. Christine Odongo from Dadaab, Faith Olushasha from Kakuma, Joseph Kimathi as well, watching from G4S Dadaab. Please do share the link to as many of your friends and colleagues as possible so that we can orange the world, end violence against women now. And I'd like to call Caroline Munoz from the National Gender and Equality Commission to very briefly tell us what works well in their context to prevent violence against women and girls and what can be done to improve our work. Caroline Munoz, remember 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Caroline. Welcome.
Thank you once again, Bernard. Yeah, one of the challenges that has really been an hindrance is the lack of robust data collection framework, which hinders the effort in mitigating the gender-based violence. And of course, there are the issues of early and forced marriages. And you'll find that with the COVID in 2020, through the Ministry of Health, there was an outcry that there was lack of data, and this then led to paving way for a multi-sectoral task force which was established. And in this case, then it was in essence to ensure that at least the government has data in regards to issues of teenage pregnancy and the like. And when it comes to what is working better in preventing and also leading to reduction of such incidences, one, the Commission is in the process of finalizing the review of the gender-based violence information system, which will be very critical in addressing the gender-based data gap in the country. And the system currently is being expanded so that it can include early and child marriages and also the issues of FGM. Then also, as my colleagues have mentioned here, the Commission is also working with partners who are involved in the Polycare project. And this is a step in the right direction that the Commission is really aspiring to see that it can also be scaled to other areas or other departments or ministries. Then in regards to addressing the issues of mental health, this has really been a concern of lately. So the Commission is really initiating discussions to ensure that there is sustainable financing for the mental health bill in the country. And of course, this will really support especially our young girls or the youth who have really been, you've always heard about the cases of suicide. So this can also, it can also be a step in the right direction. And of course, there is also, as my colleagues have said, there is also the need to increase participation of our children in decision making. You'll remember that the Convention on the Rights of Children recognizes the right to autonomy, and it acknowledges that the minors be involved in making decisions that affect their issues. And of course, there is the issue of the value-based parenting, where families must lay great emphasis on value-based parenting that will respect self-image and dignity. Back to you, Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Caroline Munoz from the National Gender and Equality Commission. NG Seattle does an amazing job, and we thank you for all the fantastic opportunities that you provide in terms of fighting SGBV. Petronila Muthui from Refugee Affairs Secretariat is watching from Dagahale office with 38 GBV champions. Fantastic work there, Petro. And that, of course, is, supporting what, of course, Mr. Makori had did mention before. They're all going orange. So thank you again very much, Petronila Mudhui. These are our key partners, Refugee Affairs Secretariat, watching from Dagahale office with 38 GBV champions. Thank you very much. Gender-based violence has continued to be on the rise amongst the refugee populations since the onset of COVID-19. Domestic and intimate partner violence and abuse against children have primarily been of concern to UNHCR and partners over this last year. Now, we want to learn more on EMAP, EMAP is getting men in accountable practices, engaging men in accountable practices. There's a video from Kakuma, which is going to highlight this, and this has been put together by DRC before we get into another panel discussion. So let's play the video from DRC, engaging men in accountable practices. Thank you very much.
My name is Roslyn Adiru Bilia. I'm originally from Uganda. My mom died, but before she died, she had left a house that was under my name. My family wanted me to sell this land. I refused, so they threatened me. I was attacked and beaten up, and then I had a problem with my back, which I still face up to today, and my lungs. And then I was taken to the police cell. Then I was raped from the police cell, and then I got pregnant with my son. After a few days, the police released me, and this is when I came back home, and they had taken all my property. From there, it's when I packed up my things, the little ones that I had, because I wanted to cross over to Kenya. That was in 2016, in July. When I got to Kakuma, I went to check up on the health of my baby. So I met a fellow refugee who was working at Clinic 7, and he became my friend. And then he helped me so much, but I was forced to pay back, and that was through sex. So I became pregnant with the daughter that I have now. After I was taken to the community, the local community back in Kakuma attacked us. It's when we were relocated to Nairobi, and then we were referred to Highers by UNHCR.
So Roslyn was referred to us by UNHCR. She's a GBV survivor, and she came in from Kakuma at a point where she was very down. She was still traumatized from the GBV events that she had gone through. So part of the interventions that we've had with Roslyn include individual counseling, and this was especially very important because it enabled her to deal and to heal from the past traumatic events that she has experienced. Additionally, Roslyn was part of a support group for women who have gone through GBV. So through the support group, they're able to share their common experiences and learn from each other, and also just to heal even more. They're able to feel that sort of belonging because they are part of a network and part of a community that is there to support each other.
I want to thank Highers because they've really played a great role in my life. When I came to Nairobi, I did not know where to start from, but they took care of me each and every month. They took care of every need of mine and my kids.
So Roslyn has also benefited through the NHIF program that we've had at Highers, and she has also been part of the women who have received sanitary towels and dignity kits. For now, Roslyn is a very changed woman, and I can say that she has overcome the past traumatic events, and she is now very bold and courageous to speak against GBV at all levels in the community, and she is also advocating to end GBV within her community.
Highers is really welcoming. They have helped me so much, me personally with my children. I've benefited so much financially. I've had counseling sessions twice with Highers, and I've also got referrals from Highers to Huruma, and then from Huruma to Mbagathi from NCCK. After all those services, I feel I'm protected. At least I feel that I am loved by people. This has given me energy and boldness to stand. we make contacts with other people. Usually it's all about doing laundry for people. So this keeps us going each and every day and expecting a better for the future. My message to other refugees is to always be courageous. They should not fear. If they have any problem, HIAS is always ready and welcoming with open hands. And I'm just so thankful, and words cannot tell. I cannot tell, but you can see the way I'm looking. I came when I was really tiny, very sad, but nowadays I can smile with my kids, and I say thank you, HIAS, for the good work.
Hello, my name is Matthew. I work for DRC in the capacity of protection officer, SGBV prevention. In commemoration of 16 days of activism, this year's theme is end violence against women and girls. Now, DRC has been implementing an approach on preventing violence against women and girls known as EMAP. EMAP is an intervention developed by IRC for preventing violence against women and girls. We get to engage men in constructively in trying to examine the gendered impact of violence, and also getting to understand how they have been socialized as a reason for preventing violence against women and girls.
EMAP, there is some things I realize, the changes I've realized in my home and in the communities, or in the communities. So like I myself, I was a guy that I don't like to play with children and others, but during EMAF time, I'm now starting myself, I'm seeing myself a better person, seeing people who are around me that are happy, I'm now starting to be happiness. So I should say that EMAP is one of the good things I have ever made in my life.
So DRC, with the support of UNHCR, whose ECHO and ANIDA has been implementing this program, EMAP, for the last 2 years. Part of what we have been able to realize is that we have a very big cohort for 2021, where 213 men are graduating as women and girls allies.
So I came here in Kakuma in 2012. I settled myself. Life was good. So during the year of 2013, my mom passed away. I left schools, then sit back in the community doing nonsense.
Okay, thank you for that
2013,
video from
I
that
got
is the one
married
that had a
to
hit before.
another girl
But now
in
we're
the
going
community.
to watch the
I can
EMAP
say that
video.
is my second
EMAP
home.
is engaging men in
Life is
accountable
not
practices.
I'm a
This
footballer,
is a video
playing
from
football.
DRC in Kakuma.
The
And
year
then
I
we will
joined
get
EMAP.
into a
Before
panel
the
discussion
training,
on exactly
I was
what
a
has
bad,
worked well in their
let's say I
context.
was
So
a bad man,
let's now watch
because
engaging
I
men
don't
in
relate with
accountable
my
practices
wife.
video. EMAP
There is
from
something
Kakuma
that I was
that has been put
misused,
together by
I was
DRC.
misled by the
Thank you very much.
society. In our cultures, say that a woman can do everything, but a man, the only forbid thing to the homes. After I did the EMAP training, I see the equal gender. The mans and women, they are equals. So I should say, this training, they should maybe keep it up, because to change the society. We should change the society, because the society is the people who setting the mindset of people. Like this thing like kupiga wanaume au wanawake ovyo ovyo is not good. We men and we boys, we should join that training. And it's one of the important things I like in this world, to change the mentality of others people. Like our mentality who have been set to the society is good. The society is good. But EMAP is one of the important things ever. I should say my message to everyone who not did a training of EMAP, they should join EMAP, and others who have did the training of EMAP, they will go and practice these people to be a better people in their life. UNHCR and DRC, they should do that things together, fund these things, so you can keep training people to be a better people in future. And I can say that keep that training up, the world will be changed. Our Kakuma will be a better place to people who are living in Kakuma.
Over to you, Rono.
If that is the case, then that is okay. If they are on YouTube.
On my guy. No, go on. No, go on.
Okay, a very big thank you to DRC from Kakuma for putting together that video. A big thank you, of course, to everybody else who's watching. I'm informed that Kevin Munyoroku is watching from Refugee Consortium of Kenya, Nairobi office. RCK are our partners. Francesca Alessio as well as says, thanks, Rosalind, for opening up. I wish all victims could open up like you, because there are many agencies ready to help. So we did watch the video from Hayas, in which Rosalind did open up about the support. Thank you very much, Hayas. Really, really much appreciated. Again, a big thank you to DRC from Kakuma and all the colleagues who put that together, engaging men in accountable practices. Now we're going to move into, a very quick panel discussion, and we'll be joined by Adrian Nakoi, who is in the GBV unit of International Rescue Committee, and as well from DRC, Anne Mungai, a GBV team leader, who will each have 2 minutes to tell us what really works well in their context in as far as preventing violence against women and girls is concerned. Welcome to Adrian and welcome to Anne Mungai. Okay. Thank you very much, Anne. Anne Mungai is here. She is a GBV team leader from Danish Refugee Council, and she's going to tell us very quickly what exactly works in their context to prevent violence against women, and she'll be followed by Andrea Nakoi of GBV unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 16 Days of Activism commemoration. We are working towards ending violence against women now, not tomorrow, yesterday, but now. Okay, so now I work with the Danish Refugee Council. In Kakuma, we provide livelihood interventions, but majorly focus on the protection of persons of concern, and this includes women, children, and girls, boys, and even men. So we offer child protection, GBV, and livelihoods prevention. We also give support to the community, the host community, and the refugee community in ensuring that there is social cohesion. Okay, so looking at what is working well in our context, it's the video in itself speaks for itself. We have in the past 4 or so years, we have been engaging men in the EMAP project. Yeah, it is a behavior change communication approach, and this one looks to ensure that we have men as allies, and not only involve them in brief activities, but this is a 16-week activity that is preceded by an 8-week activity for women. So what has worked well is the having men, and actively engaging them as champions or against GBV. We have had, we have not given up, in spite of the fact that previously there was a smaller number coming, but over years we have seen that men are really yearning for this information. So we try to take them through the program and also ensure that we engage in discussions with them. It actually helps to have male staff, because they will be the role models in GBV prevention. Because if a man hears that another man is seeing the benefits of empowering women and not being perpetrators of violence against women, they will listen. Yeah. So it has proven useful to have male staff, who are carrying out the EMAP men's sessions. And this is not just national staff. We also have the refugee staff, who are also, our allies in passing the message of ending violence against women. So the other day I was speaking to my colleague, and he told me, some men actually discover, I have actually perpetrated violence against women in the past, and they now want to change. So it is surprising to hear that, because you would not expect them not to be cognizant of that fact, but in fact they come to that awareness. Also, we have worked with community leadership, because these are the people on the ground, and we capacity build them on GBV concepts and have them understand what kind of work we do. Also, how is it that they can be promoters of the prevention of GBV in their areas. So that has proven useful to us. Because the community leaders are the community duty bearers, and therefore, if they join us in the fight against violence against women, they will. We definitely could win with them. We also have seen that coordinating the GBV response, I think ensuring that there is an intersectoral approach has been preached now and again during this launch. And I want to say again, and in this case, we have coordinated the GBV response to include the legal follow-up of cases, so that the perpetrators are brought to book, and that way they pass the message to the general public. If you dare, mete out violence against women and girls, then you're going to be brought to book, and you can be taken to prison and serve your term and so on. So in essence, it's a response intervention, but it is also a prevention mechanism, because we pass the message to the community and specifically to the perpetrators. So these are some of the approaches we have used in the Kakuma context in ensuring that violence against women and girls is prevented. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Anne Mungai. She's a GBV team leader. I picked out a phrase, actually. They see men as allies. And of course, we've just watched a video from DRC there, engaging men in accountable practices. That's absolutely fantastic. Let me just say that Rose Kitheka from the Dadaab Lutheran World Federation, LWF, is watching from Dagahale refugee camp, and she is with 15 social service community staff serving the elderly persons of concern. Thank you to LWF. That's fantastic. Janorius Mutinder as well. says EMAP is the way to go for our young men not to take part in GBV, both among the refugees and host communities. Thank you very much, John Dwarius. Councillor Raymond Mwaura is watching from Dagale. Thanks as well, Councillor. And Bernard Sompoika is watching from Diani in Kwale County. And actually, Bernard Sompoika is from the National Gender and Equality Commission. Later on, we will listen to their Chief Executive Officer, who will be giving a speech as well today. And finally, Lawrence Ouma is watching from the IOM office in Dadaab. Let me welcome now Adrian Nakoy from the GBV unit at the International Rescue Community, IRC, to tell us in 2 minutes what works well in your context in IRC in Kakuma. Welcome again, Adrian. We can't seem to hear you, Adrian, I'm afraid. We cannot hear you.
Am I audible or no?
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I was saying IRCWP program provide clinical care management at the refugee camp. We have 4 centers, 2 response centers. That one is in main hospital, Kakuma 1. Then we have another one in Clinic 7, that's General Hospital. We also have women and girls safe spaces, that is at Women's Center 1, and we have Women's Center 4. In response centers, we provide services to survivors, which includes the clinically managed services. And we in our women and girls safe spaces, we have different activities ongoing. We have interventions, that is 3 interventions, that is Girl Shine. Girl Shine is where we train adolescent girls aged 10 to 19 years old. We give them life skills mentorship program. And this one worked well during the COVID-19 period, where we had a lot of teenage pregnancies. When we had involved them in these co-curriculum activities, when that time that the school was not ongoing, we were engaging them at our centers. And that time we increased the numbers because we had a lot of them not going to school because of the COVID-19 during that period. And we also have SASA intervention. Kiswahili word which means start awareness and support action. SASA is we are doing an awareness and creation of awareness and also preventing GBV at the community level. And we are also in SASA, we are speaking about the misuse of power. You understand, some people are misusing power to commit GBV. So through SASA, we are addressing such litigations and mitigations. And we also have EMAP, which my colleague had also mentioned. I'll not talk much about it, but we also have that EMAP training where we engage men in accountable practices to be able to support their wives. In WPE programming, we created a forum where for which explored 3 themes, and our first theme was inclusion, accountability, and adaptability in relation of gender-based violence, prevention and response programming in acute and protected emergencies. WP unit is comprised of WP technical coordinate advisors, specialists, coordinators, and emergency response team. This one makes us also to put women in a context whereby we call upon all survivors, and we train them on psychosocial support, where we have them for a period of 8 weeks. We engage them, talk to them, and also try to get their stories and for them to be accepted back at the community. IRC is also committed in supporting women, whereby we have formed different women in interventions in the organization capacity. First, we have Women at Work. Women at Work supports women at the organization where they air their grievances and views as women, and also support each other and talk about their rights to the organization, so that they can be supported in each and every way. They're also going around schools, training girls, adolescent girls, and also women in the community, so that they can be able to know their right and know where to seek services in case of any emergency. We also have Gender Equality Champion. Gender Equality Champion is generally put in place to cap the ratio of women and men in the IRC, so that we can be able to reach a 50% goal to each gender. We believe that the more we empower women, the more we are having a world where it's free and everyone can be able to exercise their rights freely. And back to you, Rono. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for those very insightful remarks there, especially what you are doing as the GBV unit of the International Rescue Committee. It's nice to see that EMAP is actually being embraced by as many partners, engaging men in accountable practices. Of course, we watched a video there. Thank you very much once again, Adrian Nakoy. I'm informed that Wanjiru Ann Mungai, actually, she has 30 male champions, those of EMAP men, and also they have another 25 female who are following the live event in Kakuma 4 DRC Youth Center. Thank you very much, DRC, and thank you for that advocacy work that you are doing there. Let me tell you very quickly who else is watching, by the way. I've got a message here from Sheikh Maro, who says, good approach there by DRC team. Keep up the effort in working towards ending violence against women. I've got some called Daniel Mureithi watching with GM office team. Nyaboth Wall, I'm Nyaboth watching from the Dadaab camp. Thank you. And Wanjiru, I appreciate your views. That is from Hussein Osman. Mahat is saying following from Agadera police station. Thank you very much, Mahat. And I think I've got somebody here saying, Asho Daoud is saying, watching from LWF Dagahale Camp social service work. And maybe one last one, Fatuma Isa Ibrahim from DRC, Dadaab Ifo, is saying, I'm watching from Safe Haven with 10 POCs. Thank you very much. We will get back to that as we progress. One final one. Of course, we've already mentioned about Wanjiru Mungai. We've got Mahat following from Agadera police station and quite a number of those. Let me just say that the contribution made by our persons of concern who through various community structures supported continuity of services in increased restrictions during COVID-19 and contributed to elimination of GBV in the community cannot be underscored. Your role is absolutely important. Community resilience was well exhibited through various refugee-led activities, such as the community-led mentorship program in Dadaab, where 8 to 10 children were paired with a trained adult in the blocks of follow-up on virtual learning, life skills, and counseling throughout the period when schools were closed. Thank you very much for those absolutely fantastic activities from Dadaab, especially as far as education is concerned and getting children paired up. Now, what are the community-led mentorship activities? Before we listen to a refugee youth advocate, and I'll tell you who she is, she's fantastic, and she's my friend as well. Let's watch a video here from Dadaab, and this again has been put together by DRC, community-led mentorship activities. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Matthew. I work for DRC in the capacity of protection officer, SGBV prevention.
DRC was implementing the mentorship scheme since 2018. It's a program or an initiative that has been piloted and tried elsewhere, and it has proved that it really worked, specifically for younger people. I am in the GBV prevention department, where we are always preaching the gospel of gender-based violence, specifically the prevention and response to gender-based violence. We train community leaders, women leaders, the youth, different categories of people in the community. So what are the issues that really affect girls in these communities? We really ask, we engage young people in this conversation.
If you finish your school, you help your parents, help your people fight the girl in the outlook that girl is not going to school. I can tell her that you can go to school because one day you will go and help your parents, help poor people, you become a good girl, you can continue your school.
arrinta noo soo bandhigidba ameen ranelele meel walba ayaa inta ha noqoto oo kuwii caafada joogaan ha noqdaan kuwii oo tuubada tagan ha noqdaan kuwii iskuulaadka joogaan ha noqdaan galgalka oo waxaan soo aragnay waa wax badan wiilalaan soo aragnay oo la rafaadiyo gabdho badanaan aragnay geeskaas ilaa geeskaas fadhitaan kale ninba meeshuu ka taagan yahay hawshiis horugan.
Never work in isolation. We work hand in hand with the UNHCR and other partners in the communities. What really motivated DRC to come up with this kind of initiative is there were a lot of issues here and there. Specifically, many young girls were dropping out of school. Many girls were also being forced, into early marriage by their own parents. That was really affecting their participation in terms of, education.
Okay, thank you very much for that as well. That was community-led mentorship activities, a video from the DAB. As we say, we appreciate the work that was done in the community by our persons of concern, especially during COVID-19 period. And as we continue to fight COVID-19 and coming up with activities that ensure that community members are supported in as far as GBV is concerned. In your opinion, what works well in your context? Phony Joyce Funi. If you haven't met Phony, now here she is. She's going to tell us. She's a refugee youth advocate and great champion for refugee women and girls. First of all, the theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. We must continue to orange the world and end violence against women now. I now welcome Phony Joyce Funi. Welcome, Phony.
Thank you very much, Rono. My name is Phony Joyce Funi. I'm a South Sudanese refugee based in Nairobi. I'm also the Global Refugee Youth Network Coordinator and a research associate at the Refugee-Led Research Hub. One of my colleagues, a champion for gender and diversity inclusion, shared with me, we were just having a conversation around this particular day. And she shared with me that as a young woman, she faces different layers of vulnerability. She's a child marriage survivor. She's a young mother. She's a widow. She's a single woman. She's a youth. And at the same time, she's still just a friend at the same time. And when we were having this conversation, it was based on the fact that as women, there are very different sorts of vulnerability layers that are associated with it. And the experiences that she had experienced shaped her to become an advocate for women and girls. And the first thing that we also have to note when we're thinking about women and girls, when we're thinking about them from the first instant, is that they are not just vulnerable. They most of the time find themselves in a situation that is out of their control that then makes them vulnerable. Women and girls are strong. They have capacity, they have knowledge, as well as expertise to lead if they're given the opportunity to do so. In my context and in our context with the different young people I've interacted with, what has worked for them is that providing information about women rights, women and girl rights in language that is understandable and also in a very friendly, youth-friendly way has really helped. So because they are able to understand and see what this particular right is all about and fit within that particular right. They've also been able to use multiple formats to share information, whether on social media, send on WhatsApp, on Facebook, Instagram, as well as just also using text as a way of just encouraging young people and women and girls to be aware of what is involved or what they need to be aware of. Including when they're sharing this information as well, they've also included how they can access aid. So information from the different partner organization, incorporating that, and also how they can report the abuse and what needs to do. But more importantly, they've also worked with men and community leaders, religious leaders as well, who have become champions and advocates, because then that enables them to continue working within the different spaces they're in. The other thing that has also really worked, and I have used it within the urban context and with many other young people I've interacted with, is the Interagency Standing Committee Youth Guidelines, which basically state how to work with us and for us. So working with youth and working with and for young people in humanitarian and protracted crisis. So kind of like providing the guide for how do you work with young people, especially how do you incorporate the different aspect of age, gender, and diversity, which is needed, especially when we're working on GBV cases in the community. Women and girls in my community, in Nairobi, in Dadaab, in Kakuma, they are leading action to prevent and respond to GBV and the needs in their communities. How are they doing this? They're identifying protection concerns such as domestic violence, sexual assault, and raising it to the attention of relevant authorities or other protection actors. They're intervening in cases where parents of young girls at risk of child marriage or even who are involved in transactional sex, which we saw really on the rise, especially with COVID. They're using sports, they're using art, they're using music and drama to educate the community on how to end GBV. They are really being creative in finding different ways to solve the different challenges they're facing. They're leading solutions and providing the humanitarian aid themselves, finding the creative ways to protect women and girls and boys as well in their communities. One would ask, why do they do this? This is because they understand the needs of the communities at a very intimate level. This makes them uniquely well placed to provide assistance and also at the same time mitigate the risk of GBV and at the same time also address gender inequality. What do we need to do to really improve or work with them? We need to really invest more in the economic and social empowerment of women and girls. I think this is really important. As a young woman myself, I went to school, I got education, whether formal or informal. This is really important because then it helps you to really understand your potential and then really use this in supporting yourself, but then at the same time supporting your community. When we come to the leadership aspect as well, one conversation we've always had with my mom is that most of the time after displacement takes place, women are the people who take the leadership. So it starts from the time displacement happens. And one of the things you see women doing, they take up that leadership aspect, lead the family, provide for the family, despite all the different challenges they're facing. So it's really important to also work with women to enhance the capacity they already have. It's not that we're saying women are not able to lead, because I think when we're also looking at gender-based violence, it's not only about the physical aspect of it, it's also how people would some things they would say women cannot do, women cannot, the power imbalances. So it's also really important to have intentional programs on women leadership, especially for women and girls participation in the GBV programming and the responses from the ideation stage to the evaluation stage. So we don't want to just see women brought in to tell their experiences or to tell their cases, but really from the ideation on how do we prevent this, they're included to the evaluation stage. And I think these are some of the components that we need to really consider if we're to act now and end the GBV cases before it gets to a very bad case. Thank you, Rono. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Foni. You could listen to Foni the whole day. She is brilliant. She is a refugee youth advocate and great champion of refugee women. She's given you all the other roles. She does amazing work globally for refugee women and girls. and we celebrate her. So thank you very much. We will listen to Foni short while later again in another segment, but I'm told Aden Samria is watching from Kenyatta University Dadaab campus. Abdallah Ali Noor is watching from Dagala Yep Center and actually says DRC is doing best for GBV violence. Thank you, DRC. Thanks for the great work that you do. Bushra Aways, live from Hagadera camp. Good insights by DRC team. Actually, they are doing remarkable job in Ifo and Daghali. Goodness me, DRC, you're getting kudos from Dadaab all across the several camps there. Abraham Dual Maker, on behalf of Monicado, our team is all orange and ready to create awareness. I couldn't have put it any better on GBV Nairobi in the coming weeks as part of UNHCR project activities. Monicado, Mariam Swale, GBV should be stopped. May the Almighty God bless you all for your efforts. Mariam, Pandya Memorial Hospital in Mombasa. We've got people listening from all over, and we thank them very much. Thank you again to all those who have joined us on YouTube. The panelists will be responding to your questions later on. Please share them and any other comments that you may have on YouTube, and we'll endeavor to read them out towards the end. We are now going into another panel discussion on women and girls leadership. Very quickly, just to request my panelists to take 2 minutes maximum because of the way time is moving. It's always sad that when you're having a great discussion, then time seems to fly past. But then again, it is what it is, as they say. Gender inequality is known to be a root cause for violence against women and girls. How is the refugee leadership in Kenya ensuring that refugee women and girls achieve meaningful participation in policy, development, and decision-making? How can partners support you to achieve meaningful participation in these processes? In our organizations, do we actively promote female empowerment? Are we leading by example? Are we fostering critical examination of gender roles, regimes, and practices while seeking to create or strengthen equitable gender norms and dynamics for fundamental, lasting changes for women and girls? Foni Joyce Foni will be back. John Wafula from UNFPA is here as well. And UN Women, Christine Okeno, will go first. But let me just tell you as well, again, who is still watching here. I've got Shukri, she's saying I'm Shukri Isak from Hagadera camp. I've got Aden Samrir from KU. We've already mentioned that. There was somebody actually from Windle. Yes, Simon Muindi watching from Dadaab, Windle International, Kenya. Thanks as well, Simon Muindi. I'd now like to welcome Christine Okeno. At UN Women, do you actively promote female empowerment? Are we leading by example? Are you fostering critical examination? 2 minutes, Christine, welcome.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And just to answer you off the cuff, yes, we do promote women's empowerment. We are known as the United Nations Entity on Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. And in this regard, why do we promote the empowerment of women? The national census that was held in 2019 in Kenya revealed that women and girls form just slightly over 50% of the population, about 50.2. So, but when you look at, for instance, a representation of women and in leadership position, it is still way below the constitutional threshold of 2/3. We still fall below the SDG target of 50%. We're still way, way below of that. And when it comes to certain categories of women, as my very passionate Joyce Foni has mentioned, you'll find, for instance, the representation of young women is even way below. It's at 1.5. And sadly enough, we do not have any elected woman leader living with a disability in our parliament as at now. There's no data on the same. All the ones who have been there have been nominated. So for UN Women, we do have we do believe that women's participation in leadership positions and in the decision-making positions and generally in the public life is key to ensuring empowerment. And we do have quite a number of strategies to ensure that we have the full participation of women. I'll just mention in lieu of time about 4 or 5 of these strategies that we do have. One key strategy is enhancing or promotion of favorable laws and policies that will enhance women's participation. We do know that laws can be a barrier, and even where we have laws that are gender responsive and are inclusive, the implementation therein or the interpretation by those who are mandated to apply them can still be a barrier to women's participation and therefore bar their empowerment, as it were. So we do work on legal reforms and policy reforms. We do work on transforming norms and cultural and practices and attitudes and barriers that confine women to the private instead of them participating in the public life. We do know that a lot of our cultures still view women and girls as belonging to the home and their roles as being confined to the home, a reproductive role, for instance, hence limiting even the time that they do have to gain on that the social benefit, to be able to take up leadership positions and decision-making positions out there in the public. So we do work on transforming these norms, various contexts. We do work with the media. We do work with our cultural and religious leaders, as we have said, in the community, and we do work also with our youth advocates, very passionate people within their community who are agents of change, very critical agents of change in this respect. Another key area of strategy that we have adopted is working on ending violence against women. And we do know that violence is a key barrier to women's participation in leadership and also in decision making and empowerment. And where we are able to eliminate violence, we actually give a woman that impetus and that capability to be out there and pursue their dreams, to be able to be out there in the public, give their views, participate in policies, in economic empowerment opportunities. And we do know also the linkages that an empowered woman, be it economically, is able, for instance, to afford to take up positions in the society. So the linkages, as well as we empower the women, as we capacity build them to be able to take up these positions, how do we link them to finances, for instance? How do we link them to economic opportunities that are able to be independent and break vulnerabilities? And lastly, we do work on women's participation in peace and security processes. Of course, a peaceful environment is very key for women's participation in the public sector and their empowerment, where we do have wars and where women's voices are not heard in this critical area of peace and security. We do have responses or prevention strategy or contingency plans that do not address their specific needs. So we ensure, just mention those 4 or 5 strategies that we do employ and where we work on to ensure that we have the empowerment of women generally and their participation in leadership positions. Thank you, Rono.
Thank you very much, Christine. Christine Okeno puts it very, very clearly there, the role that UN Women plays to ensure that women have got a seat at the table, as we say. And at UN Women, as she has informed us, they actively promote female empowerment. They work with with youth activists. And of course, Joyce Fonny is here. I'm sure that Christine might want to exchange contact with Fonny at some point to see how they can work together. John Wafula, my good friend from UNFPA. How does UNFPA actively promote female empowerment? Are you leading by example? Are you fostering critical examination of gender roles, regimes, and practices while seeking to create or strengthen equitable gender norms? John Wafula, 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Bernard. We are the gold standard in that area. Bernard, during the ICPD summit in 2019, the 2 keynote speakers that UNFPA identified were adolescent girls. I'm glad to report that one of those girls is a refugee girl resident in Kakuma, Priscilla Nyamal. We did not just stop engaging with her after the ICPD summit. We have identified her as a member of the UNFPA Youth Advisory Panel, and we've just trained her alongside other young people in the country so that they provide guidance to UNFPA on youth issues as we develop and nurture her leadership skills. UNFPA is therefore practically supporting women and girls to participate in the development continuum, but again, we are doing it in a very strategic way. One is that we engage deliberately with local women-led organizations. We support them to gain the necessary capacity to do their work across the aspects of leadership, resource mobilization, and even just being able to articulate their issues. Secondly, we mentor young people. I have alluded to this by citing the case of Priscilla Nyamal. But then when you look at what we are doing across the country, we have various youth networks led by young people that UNFPA supports to ensure that they are also represented in the various platforms where decisions are made. And we've seen very good outcomes. For instance, in Tana River, out of one of our networks, we are seeing a young lady who has been an anti-FGM champion express interest to vie for a parliamentary seat in the forthcoming election. And we see that as one of the positive outcomes of what we are doing. UNFPA is also strongly supporting the women's movement in the country. We do work with the Office of the President to convene the annual Maendeleo ya Wanawake meeting in the country. Colleagues, you know that Maendeleo ya Wanawake is one organization in this country that is represented in all counties. And we ensure that through advocacy and cordial ties with the Office of the President comes to attend this particular meeting, which has given the group quite some traction in various development platforms in the country. Finally, we are also working on removing the kind of barriers that women and girls face. We are addressing issues of resource mobilization, access to technology, aspects of gender-based violence, harmful practices. And we believe that progressively we are going to see the numbers that Christine has talked about start changing. When we look at our organization internally, we see ourselves preaching water and drinking water. Our top management has a balanced number of 3 men, 1 lady. When we go at the technical level, we are at 50%. When we go to the other cadres, again, the balance is there. It's also good to cite that we are one of the organizations that has maintained a female driver for the longest time in the country. Thank you, sir.
A big thank you to you, John, as well, for highlighting the amazing work that UNFPA continues to do and is carrying out every day. I saw a tweet actually by Ademola Olajide, who is a country rep for UNFPA, just 2 or 3 days ago, where he had just had a meeting with the Maendeleo ya Wanawake chairperson in the country. So UNFPA actually taking an active role in engaging women leaders in Kenya. Very quickly, because we're running short of time, gender inequality is known to be a root cause for violence against women and girls. How is the refugee leadership in Kenya ensuring that refugee women and girls achieve meaningful participation in policy development and decision making? How can partners support refugee women and girls to achieve meaningful participation in these processes? Foni, do you want to say 1 or 2 things about that, Foni? Welcome.
Yes, sure, definitely. Really great conversation we're having here. I think when it comes to achieving meaningful participation, the first question we also need to look at is the power imbalances. And as different partners, we need to also recognize the privilege that we have as the partners who work on the ground. And one of the things that needs to happen is we need to have clear structure of accountability mechanisms. Yes, we will engage with young women and girls. We will want to fight GBV, but then the question then at the end of the day is who makes the decision? Are they on these particular groups, and then you at the end of the day the partners would make the final decisions, or what is their percentage of the decision that they'll be taking? The other thing that we also need to do when we're thinking about meaningful participation, we really need to recognize and reinforce young women and girls and the strength and the skills they have. I mean, COVID has shown us the work that they are doing in their community. So acknowledging that, that's the first step of acknowledging their leadership. And then the other thing that we also need to do is really be intentional in investing on the women-led organization. Most of them are doing incredible things, but then at the same time, they still lack access to funding, flexible funding, and at the same time, they also need project management skills. So it goes back to meaningful participation is not only about sitting at the table, but also the plan that we put in place to support their leadership, and at the same time, the accountability mechanisms that we put in check for us to see, are we being tokenistic, or are we really engaging them and working with them and making them our partners, as opposed to just seeing them as these other young people or women and girls doing something in the community? I think that if we get that right, then we will achieve meaningful participation.
Thank you very much, Foni. As I did mention, you could listen to Foni the whole day, and I'm sure for sure that UN Women, UNFPA, UNHCR, NGEC, everybody, all of these partners, DRC, have listened to you, and they should be able to implement. Foni is here. She'll be more than happy to share her contacts to all these partners, and she'll give you more ideas on how we can continue to support our persons of concern even better. Let me just tell you very quickly about a tweet that I just saw here. Femicide, child marriage, sexual exploitation and abuse, conflict-related sexual offenses, intimate partner violence, the list goes on. It's time to end gender-based violence against forcibly displaced women now. Hashtag Orange the World, hashtag 16 days. That was a tweet that went out from @refugees Twitter handle. That is the UNHCR account globally. Remember that the theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. Thank you to all who have joined us on YouTube. We were told by Mr. Makori that the whole RAS is going to go orange. We couldn't agree more. We're going to go all orange as well. Let's end violence against women now. As we're running short of time, the next panel discussion is on acknowledging women's movement. While the world has been reviewing progress made over the past 25 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, it is time to create platforms to elevate voices of the next generation of women and girls who are shaping their future now. What commitments can we make to honor and acknowledge women's movement starting today? I'm going to call on all these people: UNFPA, UN Women, Refugee Community, FONI, IRC, DRC, NGEC, CREW, HIAS, FIDA. I'm going to call on all of you to give me a one-line commitment that you can make to honor and to acknowledge women's movement starting today. Let's go to Ilham Hisham from FIDA. What commitment, one-liner, that FIDA can make? Ilham? I can see FIDA, but I cannot see Ilham. Okay, I will go to IRC. Let's start with IRC. Andrea Nakoi, what commitments can you make as IRC?
We are committed in the involvement of women in the issue that pertain them, and also to have the information regarding their rights advocacy. And we also commit to work with other organizations in multi-sectoral way to respond to GBV regardless of their agenda, and to offer best practices in Kakuma for women.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and thank you very much for that commitment. I can see Ilham is here. Sorry, Ilham, I cut you short and when I saw you. My sincere apologies. Ilham, please come on now, Ilham. Ilham from FIDA.
Yes, thank you, Bernard.
Yes,
as FIDA Kenya, yes, as FIDA Kenya and as one of the premier women organization in Kenya, we are committed to ensuring that the two-thirds gender rule is realized. We are committed to ensuring leadership and governance has a place for women in Kenya. We are committed to ensuring that Kenya finally paints itself orange in terms of ensuring that GBV is eliminated, if not then reduced. We are also committed to the women in access to justice and ensuring that the women rights movement are supported. We have been strengthening women rights movement. Actually, in August and September, we were able to support in all the former provinces to launch women rights movements in Nyanza, Nairobi, Rift Valley, Coast, and as well as Western. So as FIDA Kenya and as the premier women rights organization, we are committed in the movement in support of human rights.
Thank you very much, Ilham. Fantastic. Ilham says FIDA Kenya is premium women support organization. I couldn't agree more. You do fantastic work there, FIDA, and thanks as well to the IRC. I now want to welcome Anne Mungai from DRC to give us their one-line commitment. Anne?
Thank you.
Go on, Anne.
Thank you, Bernard. Yes. So in DRC, we are committed to continue with the purposeful identification and support of women and girl-led community-based structures in order to build their capacity and increase their access to livelihood opportunities available to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. I'd like to call John Ofola from UNFPA to give us their one-line, a very quick commitment on women movements. John?
Thank you, Bernard. UNFPA commits to accelerate the ICPD promise for women and girls.
Thank you very much, John. Much appreciated. ICPD, absolutely important. Christine Okeno from UN Women. Let me listen to you, Christine.
Sorry, I was looking for my mute button. It was a bit far. But as UN Women, we do commit to continue supporting our very critical partners, the women's movement, some of whom are here. FIDA is our key partner. CRU is also our partner as well. We'll continue investing in them, supporting them to amplify their work. They have been key partners in our support, especially to survivors and their networks, and also in order to keep government to account in realization of their various commitments, specifically as we move forth in the realization of the 12 Jeff commitments that the government of Kenya did make in June in Paris. So we will hope to continue working together to ensure that these are realized and not just remain as paper commitments. Thank you, and over.
A big thank you to you, Christine. Much appreciated. Elsie Milimu from CRU, your one-line commitment, Elsie.
Yeah, CRU is committed to, of course, let's not forget our local CBOs who are also part of the women rights movements and who are actively engaged within the community. So we do support to capacity build up to ensure that strengthen sort of response and referral.
Thank you very much, Elsie. Pauline Carter from HIAS. Are you here, Pauline?
Yes, thank you, Ronald. So as HIAS, we commit to continue empowering refugee women and girls with the necessary knowledge and skills to address norms and practices that perpetuate GBV and to support more refugee women to come to the forefront, to give them a voice, to be able to fight for their rights and to support them with all the resources that they need to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. And last but not least, Fonny Joyce, my friend, what does the refugee community commit to honor and acknowledge women's movement starting today, Fonny?
Great. I think from the refugee community, it's really that fast responding and sharing all the relevant information with the community. And then from the perspective of the Global Refugee Youth Network, through the support from the Women Refugee Commission, we are committing to definitely work more with women leaders, support the refugee-led initiatives they're leading through flexible funding. And that for us is a really important commitment that we're able to support them in the different activities they're doing.
Thank you very much, Fonny, for those very insightful remarks. Remember, the theme is Orange, the World, and Violence Against Women. Now, a big thank you to John Wafula from UNFPA, UN Women, Refugee Community, IRC, DRC, National Gender and Equality Commission. Actually, I haven't seen Caroline Munoz. Caroline, from National Gender and Equality, what commitment do you make? Caroline, are you here? Thank you, Caroline. Sorry, I skipped you. My apologies, Caroline.
No problem. Thank you, Bernard. As the National Gender and Equality Commission, especially towards now that we are gearing towards the electioneering year 2022. We are committed to ensure that the two-third gender principle is implemented, and of course facilitating inclusion and the participation of women in leadership, and also supporting women movements in Kenya to ensure that they are inclusive and they take into consideration the refugees and all the special interest groups in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. UNFPA, UN Women, Phony Joyce is a refugee youth advocate, IRC, DRC, National Gender and Equality Commission, crew, Highest FIDA. I know I'll thank you later, but your work is invaluable, truly much appreciated by our persons of concern and other forcibly displaced persons. Thank you all. Remember, the theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. At this juncture, I'd like to prepare you for our keynote speakers. We've got two actually, and I'll invite the first one to give you his speech before we can close with the final one. But let me tell you about our first keynote speaker. He's a United Nations resident coordinator for Kenya. He brings close to 30 years of experience in international development, peace building and humanitarian affairs to that position, including more than 10 years in sub-Saharan Africa. At the United Nations, he most recently served as resident coordinator in Gabon after holding leadership positions at the Department of Political Affairs, DPA, and with United Nations Peacekeeping. In DPA, he served as Chief of Policy, Planning and Guidance, headed the Secretariat to the High-Level Review of United Nations Peacebuilding in 2015, worked as team leader of the Mediation Support Unit, was Chief of Staff of the United Nations Office in Burundi, led the Policy Planning Unit as well as the African Great Lakes team, and worked as Special Advisor to the Special Envoy of the Secretary General for the Great Lakes region. With peacekeeping, he served as a senior political advisor with the United Nations Organization mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And before joining the organization, he was a deputy director of the Conflict Prevention and Peace Forum, CPPF, at the Social Science Research Council in New York, and served as a director of the International Farming Center and a lecturer in sociology at the National University of Ireland in Cork, after working in humanitarian relief and development in Angola, Rwanda, and Somalia. There is more. He holds a doctorate in cultural anthropology and a master's degree in public affairs from Princeton University, USA, as well as a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Kenya, Mr. Stephen Jackson. Mr. Jackson, welcome, sir.
Bernard, thank you so very much. And I feel like I should start with an apology. You shouldn't have been obliged to read all of that nonsense. So my apologies to that, because we have more important things to discuss, don't we? And I really, before I even begin, I want to thank all of the organizations that took part in the organization of this platform, but particularly that made really hard-hitting commitments just a few minutes ago. So let me promise you that I will try to close with one from my side. I want to start by noting the obvious and the tragic, that nearly 1 in 3 women have been abused in some way, shape or form in their lifetime globally. That's not just statistics. Those are, of course, real women and girls. We're talking about mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, people in our communities, people in our workplaces. The even more obvious point is that during crisis, women and girls are even more exposed to that danger. We've seen this, of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but we also see it in humanitarian settings, humanitarian crises, conflicts, and climate disasters. And I want very particularly to note the sad truth today that women amongst what we would call mobile populations, female refugees, internally displaced, migrants across the world, are highly vulnerable to all forms of sexual and physical violence. In addition to the dangers that women face from contesting with armed groups, once on the move from a conflict zone, they are also at risk of being brutalized by human traffickers or by border security forces. And even after exiting the conflict zone and supposedly finding safe haven, that safety can actually be very elusive and can betray them. Either staying in a camp within your country of origin or abroad can expose women and girls to serious threats to their security, their freedom, their health, their dignity. And sadly, we've known instances of this even here in our beloved Kenya. Long a very generous, safe haven for millions of people fleeing hardship at home. And yet we in the United Nations share in this responsibility, have seen women and girl refugees, migrants, displaced people affected by this kind of indignity where they should be safest. So that's just one of the many reasons that I'm so proud to be joining with you today under the banner of this year's global campaign theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. I've got my UN Women shirt on to show my support for Orange. What a shame it was. I was up country when KICC was lit up orange on the first of the 16 days, and my goodness, how impressive that was as a really visible, symbolic action that we intend to end violence against women and girls now. It isn't inevitable, this violence, unless we remain silent, and all of us have a part to play in that, yourselves, myself. This campaign is an opportunity to promote the leadership of women and girls in full diversity, to promote the meaningful participation of women in policy-making, decision-making, from the local to the national to the global levels, and to build on the momentum created through the Generation Equality Forum. And I'll go on to talk briefly about the really critical role that Kenya is playing in generation equality with UN support. But let me talk about the impact of a few different factors on aggravating this phenomenon. First, COVID-19. In many ways, GBV was the shadow pandemic, has been the shadow pandemic. We know that GBV has gone up dramatically because of lockdown measures, because of confinement. We know that COVID-19 played right into some of the most dangerous stereotypes about gender, about women, about girls, and reinforced really harmful social norms. If you are a woman or a girl already suffering abuse and violence in the home, then lockdown is confining you with the person or the people who are your biggest danger. COVID's also made it that an estimated 11 million girls have dropped out of school, and that in turn increases their risk of both child marriage and of exploitation. The economic fallout of COVID has pushed more than 47 million more women and girls around the world into extreme poverty, reversing what had actually been decades of slow but steady improvement on that metric. So that's COVID-19, a very dismal picture. But in addition to that picture, we have a global context of rising violent conflicts and humanitarian crises, when again, for the previous couple of decades, we had seen that trend coming down. We also see climate-related disasters, and down at the Devolution Conference where I was until yesterday, we were talking about the interplay between the climate emergency, the production of climate insecurity in terms of conflict and population movements, and the impact on women and girls. Now, we know that the form and the content of that gender-based violence will be very context-specific, but we do sadly know that universally, conflict and humanitarian crisis increase levels of GBV, and that places a particular responsibility on all of us, and particularly, I think, on the United Nations. Beyond COVID-19 and the rise in conflict, poverty and socioeconomic insecurity also contribute directly to exposing women and girls to gender-based violence. Poverty drives up human trafficking, and particularly trafficking in women and girls. It drives up child marriage. Intimate partner violence also tends to increase when resources are constrained at home, when you're facing an uncertain world, when expectations societally linking masculinity to the provider role go unfulfilled. When men no longer feel like the men that they should be, they very often take it out on women and girls. So a form of failed masculinity as an accentuator, an intensifier of this problem, which in turn, of course, sees GBV further increase poverty. Why? GBV, people who suffer as victims from GBV tend to be absent from work. GBV impedes women's and girls' choices. It impedes their agency. It infringes their dignity. So for all of these reasons above, we need an intense focus on the problem of combating GBV, and I think very particularly a laser-like focus on girls and supporting them to stay in school, even if they've been victims of these heinous crimes. Friends, the number of years that a person spends in school has a very positive correlation with a decrease in both future victimization and perpetration of physical and sexual violence. So that's actually a point for both boys and girls. Driving all of that, our United Nations Secretary General has urged all governments to make the prevention and redress of violence against women and girls a key part of national response plans for COVID-19. And we're really heartened to note that 146 member states have signed up to that, including our beloved Kenya. And I do want to take a moment to salute the particular leadership of Kenya globally and of her president on this issue. You know that within Generation Equality, which is our global platform, that Kenya plays a role as a champion country on ending GBV and particularly on ending female genital mutilation. And on International Women's Day this year, His Excellency the President announced 12 key commitments on gender equality, gender rights, including really significant policy, legal and financial commitments on the fight against both GBV and FGM. So I want to salute that again today. If we can ensure that no woman and no girl is left behind, then we will very quickly start to end this horrible, horrible problem. I want to assure you that we in the United Nations, right now, we're in the middle of designing our new Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which will be the envelope within which, for the next 4 years, we try to support Kenya and Kenyans. And leaving no woman or girl behind was just validated last week by the United Nations in Kenya as one of our 4 key Leave No One Behind targets. So I'm confident that unified action from UN Kenya, a renewed push, is going to be a characteristic of our work going forward. I also want to salute the work under UN Spotlight. That's, as many of you will know, it's a global European Union, United Nations initiative to fight GBV. Kenya just missed out on Spotlight in the first round of funding, and I want to pledge my support to try and reverse that as we go into what I hope will be a second round of this really important initiative. And if we can do that, we can match Kenyan government resources with UN, EU resources, we'll really get somewhere. I also just want to let you know at a much more practical level that leaving New York tonight and flying on their way here to Kenya to be with us during these 16 days of activism are 2 absolutely indefatigable women warriors from the United Nations against JBV. They're known as the 2 Janes, you may know them. Undersecretary General Jane Hall-Lute, who is the Secretary General's Special Advisor on the elimination of sexual exploitation and abuse, and Jane Connors, Assistant Secretary General, who is our victims' rights advocate. And they're both coming here to Kenya to spend time with us. The second Jane will be with us for almost the 2 weeks, almost the 16 days. They're coming at my invitation so that we in the United Nations can do better than we have done on this issue. Because I don't want to hide from you, and I think you all know it. The United Nations, like every other large organization and workforce is also plagued by this problem globally. We've seen sexual exploitation and abuse from peacekeepers around the world, but we've also seen it from humanitarian workers in different settings, including, as I've mentioned, the camp setting. So the two Janes are coming to work with us in UN Kenya so that we can do better on this critical issue. We have to bridge the gap between law and practice, friends, strengthening accountability mechanisms so that we can follow up, implement the laws. The framework is often very good. It is good here in Kenya, I think, but we have to make sure it's implemented. We have to work closely with police, judiciary, and others as the first line of defense for victims of GBV. And perpetrators of GBV have to be held accountable under national and international law. And by the way, that applies to us too, the United Nations. But attempting to reduce GBV by a simple focus on prosecuting offenders won't lead alone quickly to the desired results. We have to recognize the limitations of convictions, and we have to combine legal actions with secondary prevention efforts, and also address the social and psychological needs of the victims. And that's why our victims' rights advocate is coming to Kenya. Friends, as I close, the most important of the lot is that we should stand with the survivors of GBV and offer our support. Every time that a woman or a girl bravely speaks up about her experience and she isn't believed, the cycle of abuse continues. So as a man, I'm both proud and a little shamed, to be honest with you, to be wearing orange today. The 16 days of activism, I think, have to be a moment of deep reflection for men around the world, so that we can deepen our allyship and reach out to our brothers who are committing these crimes and play our part to stop that. So I promised you a commitment, but it's going to be a personal one rather than an institutional one. I hope my whole speech, in a way, has been an institutional commitment, but at the personal level, I want to assure you of my deep personal commitment to fighting GBV everywhere it is to be found, and I won't stop. I'm very proud to stand with you today to orange the world. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Mr. Jackson. The theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women. Thank you for that institutional commitment, and thank you for your own personal commitment and for your leadership in the whole country, for the whole UN team in Kenya, and for giving us very insightful remarks. And really nice that you've got an orange t-shirt as well from UN Women, showing your own personal commitment. Thank you once again, Mr. Jackson, for those really very, very insightful remarks. I'm informed that Esther Odhiambo is following the discussions from IRC in Sudan, and Shukri Santur is watching from the DRC compound in Ifo camp, and she says, I'm committed to end violence against women and girls in Dadaab refugee camp. Thank you very much, Shukri Santur, and thank you very much as well, Esther Odhiambo, for that really good commitment to what you're doing there. I want to read you a tweet before I can move on to our second keynote speaker. This is from Fathia Abdallah, who is a UNHCR representative for Kenya. She's saying, listening to refugee advocates speaking at hashtag 16 days, emphasizing the important role of women and youth participation as we celebrate the 16 days of activism. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to Fathia Abdallah. I'd like to welcome Fathia to just say a quick thank you to Mr. Jackson, who is a resident coordinator for Kenya. Thanks, Fathia. Please say something.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It's really encouraging and assuring to see you speaking to us and including refugees, and also the commitment you made. You're speaking on behalf of thousands and millions of men to end GBV, and I think we have no testimony more than that. It's very powerful. Thank you so much for leaving no one behind and for including refugees always. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jackson Sosmo, and thank you, Fathia. Let me introduce you to our second keynote speaker. She is the Commission Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Gender and Equality Commission, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and an active member of the Law Society of Kenya. She holds a Bachelor of Laws and Master in Laws in International Trade and Investment Law, both degrees from the University of Nairobi. She's a Certified Secretary and an active member of ICS, which is the Institute of Certified Secretaries, a Commissioner of Oaths and a Notary Public, both conferred by the judiciary in Kenya. She has practiced law both in Kenyan courts and the East African Court of Justice. She served as CEO of the Law Society of Kenya, and she has served in the Chief Executive Office at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Both, let me tell you there's more, both as acting Chief Executive Officer of the IEBC and accounting officer, as well as appointed by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury in 2 financial years, and as the Deputy Commission Secretary, CEO, at the IEBC, the latter being in substantive position. Earlier in her career, she worked in FIDA, Kenya, where she defended women's rights and participated in high-level public litigation, which had an effect on women empowerment. A defender of child rights, she also worked with Plan Netherlands in Amsterdam. She has authored publications on good governance with the support of UN Women, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on about the accomplishments of my next keynote speaker, but let me just welcome her to give her speech. Betty Sungura Nyabuto, the CEO and Commission Secretary at the National Gender and Equality Commission. Welcome, Ms. Nyabuto. Ms. Nyabuto, we can't hear you. For some reason, we can't hear you. Sorry about that.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nyabuto.
Greetings from Makueni. I'm actually here at the 7th Annual Devolution Conference. I'm very happy to be part and parcel of this meeting and to give my remarks. I wish to recognize Mr. Stephen Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator. I also wish to recognize Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Ms. Fatia Abdallah, the UNHCR representative to Kenya, all the government present, representatives of the refugee community, civil society organizations. On behalf and Gender and Equality Commission, I join you and the global community in marking the 30th anniversary of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, of GBV, under the 2021 campaign theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women. And as NGC, we are saying now, end it now. In fact, I'm also happy to say I'm branded in orange, in my waterfall, that's orange here. And therefore, we are really resonating with this thing. Indeed, this year's commemoration comes when the country is glaring at the 2022 general elections and against the commitment to end all forms of GBV by 2030 by His Excellency, the President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, who has given the commitment. And he gave this during the Generation Equality Forum, which concluded in Paris earlier. As we are aware, GBV is one of the most pervasive violations of human rights and a major threat to the advancement of personal growth and development of women and girls. That 1 in 3 women across the world have some form of violence in their life. This ranges from sexual intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, amongst others. It affects all segments of society, including special interest groups, to include women, persons with disability, minority and marginalized groups, children, youth, and other members of society. And indeed, the National Gender and Equality Commission is constitutionally mandated to protect the rights of the special interest groups across the spectrum. For children, the consequences of GBV are diverse, and they cut across, especially those with disabilities and from poor households, and those without income. there you find the effects are really, really good. Other than fatalities and disabilities, violence exposes them to bodily harm and both exposure to infections and depression, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been used as a tool to intimidate and prevent women from gainful employment and even production or even in industry, and including other sectors like even education, participation in political processes, and even career progression. And invisible in Kenya, with the latter becoming more prevalent with advancements in technology and communication. Workplace, intimate partner violence, trafficking of women and girls, cyber and online bullying, insults and use of vulgar language, radicalization of women and girls, female genital mutilation, child teenage pregnancies are common forms, and I think the list can go on. Studies show that incidences and prevalence of GBV increases much rapidly during times of war, conflict, pandemics, and during elections. And in fact, I'm very happy that we have the UNHCR really spearheading this meeting and also sitting very prominently here and having an assurance that rights of refugees, and particularly against GBV, have been, will be protected, and actually commitments have come through in this meeting. In Kenya, for example, due to restrictions in movement, closure of as the country recovers from this pandemic, record reduced cases of violence now reported in 23 countries, of which Kenya is also a major, has been mentioned, is also a major driver of GBV. In various press, both formal and mainstream media reports about the ravaging drought. As communities and families lose their livelihoods, they suffer hunger and food insecurity, you find that the exploitation also goes far higher. That the current drought management program is spearheaded by the National Environment have an opportunity to mainstream and integrate GBV prevention responses. As the Commission really laud this program. Let's try to GBV. Its determination to address inequalities is envisioned by one of the key principles of Agenda 2030, by ensuring that no one is left behind. And indeed, that has been said by the earlier keynote speaker. Plan 3 has prioritized GBV as a key gender issue. The country has a progressive set of laws that have been passed to deal with GBV cases, including the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Penal Code Cap 63, the Criminal Code 2014, Census Act 2006, currently under review, the Evidence Act, Chapter 80, and the Children's Act number 8, 2001, and many others. At the same time, I'm aware that our lawmakers have already engaged in having reviews of some of these laws owing to various dynamics and very many and investments directed towards ending GBV, key among them, the scaling up of the National Police Services Integrated Response to GBV, that's Polycare. We also have the commitment of the judiciary in expanding GBV cases. And GBV specific data analysis and use, increased rollout of technology, and to detect and report GBV. And this is really critical because on a one-stop digital click, we are able to monitor these cases, and as well as the capacity building of healthcare workers and the police, and responding to incidents, training programs on protection of witnesses, among environment that provides coping mechanisms for survivors and their families, as well as the rehabilitation reintegration of perpetrators into the community. The high prevalence of GBV in Kenya calls for mechanisms to ensure provision of quality, timely, and comprehensive services to GBV survivors across the social, health, and criminal justice systems. Accordingly, upon the community to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to ensure effective response and prevention of GBV before, during, and after the 2022 elections, and during times of emergency. Continue to monitor all measures put in place by the public and private sector, eliminating violence against women and girls, and share good lessons for replication and scout. I also want to take this chance to recognize the two Janes, and I hope that we can also have a chance to meet them before they go back and share our experiences here at the National Gender and Equality Commission. I thank you all. Let's keep up the orange brand and ensure that we all put an end to GBV. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Ms. Betty Sungura, and welcome Fathia, who is a UNHCR representative for Kenya, to say one of the things before I can invite Mr. Jackson so they can thank you more formally. Fathia.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Let me really thank Ms. Betty Sungura and Nayabutu. I am sorry about my pronunciation, but your all commitment from the, from where you stay, you see it in terms of justice, in terms of, equity and access to justice, but also support to the survivors and bringing the law in the picture, because really, as Stephen Mosto said earlier, the perpetrators, this is the biggest issue on how to bring those to justice. So let me thank you so much for your support to refugees. And I also want to thank the people of Kenya and the government of Kenya and every entity working in Kenya really supporting refugees. I think we are in this together, and we cannot go somewhere without being together in this issue of ending SGBV. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fathia. Mr. Stephen Jackson, I wonder whether you might want to say one thing to Ms. Nyabuta. Thank you, Stephen.
Yes, I will indeed. And I'm just going to go with Betty, my sister. Thank you so much for those very powerful words. One of the things that struck me as you were speaking is how important it is for us all to be very clear-eyed about the different battlegrounds for this war, because it is a war. We have a war on GBV, and there are all these different battlegrounds. I only named some: COVID, conflict, socioeconomic difficulty. You added several more that I forgot to mention. So first of all, I think it's fantastic that we were both down at the Devolution Conference, and I think there was quite an attention given to the question of gender within the devolution context, but also the drought emergency context, which you put squarely on the table. And that is another one. Any time a socioeconomic or a climate or a political or a security complexity arises in the lives of women and girls, generically, that exposes them to heightened risk of GBV. But as you quite rightly pointed out, the risk is differently presented in each of those contexts. So risk mapping and thinking ahead as we try to fight on all of these different battlegrounds, on all of these different battle fronts, and the elections. And you're so right to be giving us that heads up already. Unfortunately, elections also are such a locus for a rise in GBV, as you said, whether that be directed at politicians, female politicians, political candidates who aspire to be politicians, at voters, just women in their daily lives, all of the above. So I think it's terribly important that we as actors come together. The institution that you represent, the National Peace Infrastructure, the IEBC, international partners, really to think hard about the challenge that awaits us around the 2022 elections. And so when we say together, elections bilanoma, well, there's a particular kind of bilanoma challenge, right, that we really face with regard to GBV. So for all of that and for your staunch engagement in fighting this terrible issue, thank you so very much. Asante sana.
Asante sana to Mr. Jackson as well. Really nice to see Betty Nabuto, Fathia Abdallah, and Stephen Jackson all coming out in their orange today. The theme, of course, is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women. Now, before I give you the vote of thanks, let me just read one more tweet here by Fathia Abdallah, who's always very active on Twitter. She says, at SW Jackson UN joins us, hashtag 16 days event. GBV has been the shadow pandemic affecting women the most. We all have a part to play to end GBV and leave no one behind. Thank you very much, Fathia, for that tweet. Really communicating to the heart of our discussions today. Let me very quickly say a big thanks to everybody who's joined us today. We're just coming towards the end of our virtual launch, but a very big thank you to Betty Sungura Nabuto, the Commission Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Gender and Equality Commission for her keynote speech. Mr. Kodek Makori, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, as well, Mr. Stephen Jackson, UN Resident Coordinator for Kenya, Ms. Fathia Abdallah, UNHCR Representative for Kenya, Phony Joyce, very powerful refugee youth advocate and great champion of refugee women and girls, UN agencies, NGOs, and other partners, members of the public who joined us on YouTube, John Wafula from UNFPA, Christine Okeno from UN Women, Andrea Nakoi from International Rescue Community in Kakuma, Anne Mungai from DRC, Caroline Munya from National Gender and Equality Commission, Elsie Milimu from CREW, Pauline Carter from HIAS, Ilham Hishan, Senior Legal Counsel from FIDA, Maureen Kaburu and Pauline Wamboy from Humanity and Inclusion, who provided the sign language today. UNHCR staff who put this together, Mr. Jeffrey Savage, Amini Pande, Glenn Useness, who are very supportive from the External Relations and PI front, Eugene Bune, Charity Nzomo, Mohamed Maalim, Peter Wale from the ICT, Henry Maneno as well, Kathleen Mwenje from UNHCR office in Dadaab, Karen Kotut from the UNHCR office in Nairobi, Daniel Nganga as well, Muredi from the UNHCR office in Nairobi, Ilaria Vidili from the UNHCR office in Kakuma, Grace Kironcha as well from the UNHCR office in Kakuma, and Robin Masinde from UNHCR office in Kakuma as well. I must really say a special thanks to Asha Ngonze, who coordinated all this to ensure that it ran smoothly. Thank you ever so much, Asha. I know that you have spent sleepless nights trying to ensure that it works. I leave you with this: Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. That is a theme, as Mr. Makori did mention. The whole RAS is going to go orange. My name is Bernard Rono from UNHCR, and I want to thank you once again for joining us today. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Asante ni sana. Kwaheri.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.